We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not not one cries, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, take time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make optimistic, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, bedtime on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here.
Thank you, honorable members. Let's be seated. And re-invite. We will resolve ourselves into Committee of Supply. Thank you. We're in committee. And let us invite Honorable Minister Teixeira and her team to take Agency 1, Office of the President. Invite you to turn to pages 36 and 37. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 1, Program 11, Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the Honorable Minister could turn to page 37, I'm looking at line item 6284 and 6294, an increase of $80 million and $50 million. Could the Honorable Minister tell the House what additional programs or expenses will be incurred for this $130 million?
Honorable Minister. Minister, you can sit here.
Thank you. The increase of $80 million to 350. Are there a number of activities listed under that? A payment of the official gazette. Oh, sorry. Payment of the official gazette, 220 million. Commission for inquiry expenses, 50. Services for waste removal, 10. Signs and banners services, 2. Cable services, 2.5. Consultation fees, 50. Radio and television broadcast, 7 million for the president. Services rendered, 2.5. Installation of fiber optic cables, 1.5. Miscellaneous expenses, 2 million. And support for the Men on Mission Secretariat for 2.5 million. That's 6284. You asked about 6294, is that correct? Madam Volda, Lawrence? The increase from what was 70 million budgeted in 2024, and it was increased to 99.916 in 2024, revised, and now is 150. This sum of 150 is allocated. The majority of the costs are associated with services provided for state visits, 100 million. This line also covers purchase of gifts, for exemplary service or honor, 20 million. Dietary supplies, groceries, cutleries, curtains, tablecloths, etc. For catering under this item, that is for state visits, dignitaries, etc., 20 million. And 10 million for miscellaneous expenses, may be due to unpredictable nature of certain state visits and state house activities. So this is mainly hosting of state visits. As you saw last year, Prime Minister Modi, we've had also the visit of from the Exim Bank, for example. We've had a series of meetings here, including, I think, CARICOM meetings with heads of state. And so the cost of hosting and has gone up in terms of those functions that State House would carry out. As you know, there are a lot more people coming to Guyana. Everybody wants to come here and see what we're up to. So, I don't know if those answered your questions. 6284, 6294.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Sir, a follow-up. The Honorable Minister said 2.5 million for the Men on Mission Secretariat.
Yes.
May I ask, where is that secretariat located?
Minister.
It's located in the GDF compound.
Sir, thank you very much. May I ask the Honorable Minister if there is a staff or two or how many that is be managing this secretariat, and if they're catered for on the staffing details?
There is 3 staff members under the secretariat.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask the designation of these 3 staff members?
You said 3, so who's it there? Right. So that's where the thing is. Yeah, there's one I would call him a coordinator for now, I'm not sure the right designation, and 2 clerks that are paid by the GDF. So there are 3 staff of 3.
So, sir, if
One paid by the Office of the President, 2 paid by GDF.
may I ask the designation of the 3 members?
Yeah, 2 clerks, as I said. So that's their title, position.
Sir, are they full-time?
And 1 coordinator.
Are they full-time staff members of the Men on Mission Secretariat?
Yes, yes.
So may I ask, sir, the 2 GDF staff, they were removed from their functions as officers within the GDF.
They're assigned to, yes.
They were reassigned.
Yes, to the secretariat, and they're paid by the GDF.
Sir, so may I ask if this Men on Mission Secretariat is an arm of the GDF now?
No, it's not. I think that the GDF is assisting with coordinating and making it function, but right now it is not a GDF function. That's why the budget for Men on Mission is under Office of the President. When you get to capital and stuff like that, you'll see that. So the contribution of OP to the Secretariat is $2.5 million.
Sir, may I have one more follow-up,
Go
sir?
ahead.
May I remind the Honorable Minister that in 2024, when we were examining the Men on Mission, that there was a promise to submit the report on the Men of Mission for 2023 and 2024. If I may quote, sir, we have a report on that. If you would like me to share that with you, we can do that on what they use the $500 million for and their program this year for what they intend to use the $500 million for. May I ask the Honorable Minister if she can please submit the report for 2023, 2024, and if she's willing to also submit the one that for this one once completed. Thank you, sir.
Minister?
Yeah, based on the questioning last year, I did submit for 2024 their list of activities with the clerk, as far as I know. There were 3 questions that were put to me based on the whole process we went through on that day that were brought to my attention by the clerk, and we answered those. There is a copy of the letter I have somewhere in my file here. I could double check it and correct myself if I'm wrong. But the work program is mainly in the capital. And so that's where you would get the breakdown. But I did provide then, and we do have one for 2025 as well. So a description plus the capital works. So if that is what you wish, you can request that and we can provide that. But I think we did provide 2024. If I'm wrong, that would be included.
Sir, I am not in receipt of any for 2024.
I can't hear you, sorry.
I am not in receipt of any report for 2024, and if I am wrong, I will appreciate if the minister can. But she did promise 2023 also.
Right, and she said she would check that. She
Yeah,
said,
because it was only started in
she said the
2023.
list of
so I don't-
activities of 2024, if I heard correctly. She didn't talk about a report for 2024.
Yeah.
And Minister, did you say report for 2024?
I mean, what, if I said that last year? My memory isn't that good.
Yes, sir, I'm quoting from the Hansard. It's the Hansard I'm quoting from.
For 2024?
Yes, sir. 2012,
Well-
when I was asking the question, her response was, we have a report on that, which was the $500 million for 2023.
Letter.
And she said, if you would like me to share that, we can do that on what they use the $500 million for and their programs this year. So for 2024, we're getting the programs and what they're going to do on
Yeah,
2023.
but if you check back what I was saying, you said report.
Yes, that's what it
For,
said here.
for 2024,
Oh, no, 2023.
which was supposed to be program.
Yes.
And then she did say she's going to check back her records, and if she didn't, she
Yes.
for 2023.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I don't recall, I must confess, and that we depend on the clerk and his transcriptionist to record all the requests, because I can't manage request and answer at the same time.
That's true.
And therefore, the clerk of the National Assembly compiles that with his staff and then sends it to us as a reminder that we've committed to answer the following questions. And I did receive a letter from the clerk, and I did answer, but, and I have a copy in the house. I just have to, it's not with me now. I can get that.
Thank you, Minister.
And if I didn't provide 2023, we can do that.
Honourable members, I'll put a question that the sum stated
Mr.
for
Chair? Mr. Chair, I have a follow-up for the Honourable Minister.
Honourable Amanza.
Thank you. Minister, could you clarify I'm a little unclear as to the rationale for men on a mission being administered by the Guyana Defense Force?
Honorable Minister.
It's not being administered by the Guyana Defense Force. It's under the Office of the President, but that the GDF is assisting at this point with the secretarial staff. So it is not administered by the GDF. The GDF is not in control of it. It is still an Office of the President project. And so what the GDF is doing is providing us with high quality persons to help us manage the secretariat until we can get a building, we can get an office, all those things set up.
Thank you, Minister.
Follow up, sir.
Honorable Member Figuera.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Honorable Minister, can you say if, because we've seen men on a mission doing a lot of social programs, is this an extended arm of the Ministry of Social Services?
Minister.
Or what, could you just say to the House what is their primary role, functions, responsibility?
The Men on Mission is a rather interesting innovation in
Yes.
that it is for the first time trying to get men to be actively engaged as change agents, both in terms of community involvement and family involvement. As you're very aware in Guyana, that 29% of our homes are headed by single-headed women alone, and therefore one of its focuses is to encourage men working with their families and being responsible for their families. One of the big change agent issues is to do with responsible fatherhood, responsible husbandhood, responsible partnership, whatever we want to call it. Secondly, it's other areas to do with gender-based violence and being opposed to gender-based violence. Also in terms of mentorship programs working with young boys and men, including prisoners, in terms of positive behaviors and reducing violence. So it is a rather innovative thing. It's much broader in some ways than the Gender Affairs Bureau at the Ministry of Women's Services. It involves over 1,000 men for each region in some cases. And so it is a way of mobilizing men to get involved with campaigns to do with gender equality, domestic violence, and helping to change perceptions and create healthier relations between people, men and women and men, so as to reduce the level of violence in the society in general, and also to collaborate with NGOs. Their program for 2025, for example, I could give you a whisper of that. It also, as you know from the media, it tries to have men more visibly out there and looking at persons who are vulnerable in their communities, who are living under very poor conditions, particularly elderly and disabled. And so their 2025 program is focusing again on the objectives of community engagement, mentorship programs, awareness programs, support programs. This is for support programs for men, focusing on emotional well-being as well as health. Men tend to not take care of their health as much as women, and therefore, as you heard Dr. Barry Ramsaran promote the examination for prostate cancer. Too many of our men die from prostate cancer or finding it too late. So these are some of the well-being programs and health programs, and of course collaboration with NGOs on broader social issues. As we said, they've done visits to Lusignan prison over 2024, 20 visits, and they have held motivational health talks with 638 inmates. They have a men's health program to promote preventative medicine, collaborate with the Ministry of Health in promoting prostate health, to collaborate with local organizations in promoting men's health, etc. Activities include a health fair for men's health tent, including dental checkups, how they're accessing other health services in collaboration with a local faith-based organization, and on International Women in Men's Day, sorry, working with the Ministry of
Thank
Health,
you.
Men's Unit, and Cancer Society, um, and so on. Screening for men for prostate cancer, screening for men in
A
diabetes,
follow-up, Minister.
and so forth. So,
Thank you.
in other words, I can go on because, and I will share
I
this.
know you can. I have a follow-up though.
Yes,
This
I haven't
men,
finished, but
Just
I'll
one second,
pause.
Minister. Uh, I, Honorable Member Figueroa, you have to allow her to finish and then let me recognize you, right? If you two want to have a chat, I could suspend and then come back.
she has accommodated my request.
No, I would like the public to hear this, sir. Because I think there are questions like how
Yeah,
they're
but
asking.
in you informing the public, I think it would be good.
Minister, you have the floor. I'm not listening to anybody. When you tell me thank you, I'll put another question. Honorable Member Mr. Figueroa.
I don't know if
Thank you so kindly, sir.
I don't know if I'm missing.
So, Mr.
I may be missing.
I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to be very brief. In this,
Oh, he has the
this
floor. Okay.
Minister, with this men on a mission experiment, is there functions being evaluated to determine if the experiment that the government is undertaking with men on a mission to help curb some of the very ills you have identified in the society, how do we assess the outcomes as if it is positive? Do we need to adjust the program a little more so that the objectives can truly be achieved? And given the fact that the military men are a part of the program and they are attracting other men, is there an opportunity for those men who they're attracting to be instilled with certain military training? Because we want to instill discipline, I'm gathering from you. And more so, given the fact that it is a reflection of all of the 10 administrative regions and they do whatever it is that you said they do, can the general public make a request for a house, for example, or for their son who may be challenged with discipline in the home? Can they, is there a membership that they could send their sons to so that they could be afford the opportunity where discipline can be instituted into these young delinquent men and so forth?
Minister?
Entree points into the men on men, including the health education programs, as well as you might be interested, Honorable Member, in the academic support, karate, computer classes, field trips for young people and its partnership. In relation to the Army, I have no doubt that with the 2 Army personnel who with the secretariat, I'm sure they will be advising any young persons that may be interested, and the Army itself advertises its programs and has recruitment. So I think there are ample opportunities. People have to take it. And for 2025, over 2,000 men interacted in these programs, 800 young men and boys, 110 persons got housing assistance, and 650 had health tests. And so under the housing program, there were 291 applications received, 243 beneficiaries assessed, and 50 core 2-bedroom homes were built and handed over to prioritizing single parents, elderly, disabled, and economically vulnerable due to natural disaster. I am not interested. Well, let Mohammed come and account to you at the Parliament. I don't have to account for Mr. Mohammed. I am counting for taxpayers' money. I'm just accounting for taxpayers' money. I'm not accounting for anybody outside. 2 special projects, kitchen and in the Upper Demerara River and communities of Santa Mission, right? 1 special home for elderly blind women of Diamond Housing Scheme, and 60 recipients received building materials. And also 25 persons based on the freak storm in Karasaba receive materials as well to rebuild their houses. So I'm willing to lay over this copy of this report, and I would like the men in this room in particular who know that they don't do their health checks and all that to also be change agents in your communities. Whether you join MONM or not, is that each one of the men in our room should be facilitating and advocating for responsible parenthood, for against gender violence, and against interpersonal violence.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable
I don't have a
members,
clue what Jenny thinks.
honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 11, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Finished.
Ayes have it.
Behave.
Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let's move to program 12, pages 38 and 39. And I propose a question that the sum stated
That's what capital.
herein for program
Oh,
12,
shoot.
current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister give us a disaggregation for this $700 million allocated on page 4A3? The legend says that the project entails provision for men on mission projects and programs. So could you kindly provide the House with a disaggregation in terms of the building and materials and maintenance, a sum for that, and then you'll give us the sum for the other that says programs. I don't understand the capital thing, programs.
Yes, Minister, please. Current. We're at 12, program
Oh, I
12.
thought you put, all right, sorry, Mr. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Oh, you just shoo and learn something.
Mr. Chair.
Chief Whip.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, subsidies to local organization, line item 6321. Could the Honourable Minister indicate on the Youth Advisory Council, we see again in a request in 2024 for 75 million, revised is at 16,220, and we have a request now again for 75 million. And I would want to take the minister back to her response last year, indicating that this body would have been established in 2022. And when asked about a specific program that this Youth Advisory Council is engaged in, the minister indicated that they were now essentially getting their feet together. And there are programs in 2024 in which we will see the young people going out into community, basically educating them about the various programs available in different government agencies, etc. Could the minister indicate what work was done by this body and what were the programs executed in 2024?
Minister.
Thank you, MP Jones. The highlights of 2024, they have a primary health subcommittee to create, particularly among high school students. They've developed an app, and the app is designed to foster a sense of engagement and competition among the students, encouraging them to maintain healthy habits. They've involved themselves in several health fairs, including Kidney Foundation's booth and One Guyana Health Fair. They've introduced younger audiences to primary healthcare concepts through interactive workshops. They piloted school program at a few community centers to test its effectiveness and gather feedback. They've done more sharing of visual material to the students. The education subcommittee has presented proposals for school shadowing programs to enhance learning experiences and to provide students with hands-on exposure to real-world applications of their education. They've done a survey. A survey is to be conducted in Region 7, targets the region's diverse demographics, including riverine areas, hinterland, and urban. The data collected will guide tailored educational interventions. They've had consultations on improving maths and English performance, working with the Ministry of Education. Agriculture Subcommittee has been launched an innovative competition promoting climate-smart agriculture to develop creative solutions to streamline agricultural production. Shadow 2 schools agriculture programs to gain insight to how the students actually look at agriculture as a career path. Several workshops. Constitution Reform Subcommittee, they having discussions in relation to issues regarding constitutional reform. Mental Health Subcommittee, in collaboration with Mental Health Unit at the Ministry of Health, conducted awareness campaigns reaching schools and workplaces. Projections for 2025. Again, the Primary Health Subcommittee, these are the subcommittees that are functioning. Expand the in-school workshop in Region 4 to cover all high schools and launch the same program in the hinterland. This is to do with informed health choices, access to these services to have better outcomes. Education subcommittee, I'm just paraphrasing because each one of these has a long paragraph. So, Mr. Speaker, if you think I'm being long, if I were to read the full thing, it would take us much more time. Education Subcommittee, pilot and scale math and English improvement programs in 6 schools in Region 7. So, Doretta, you and I will be happy, and Dawn, to know that Region 7 is being focused on. These programs will utilize innovative teaching methods and resources to address the learning gaps. Agriculture Subcommittee, monitor STEM competition prototypes and host a national agricultural conference focusing on climate smart practices, again with the Ministry of Agriculture. Ministry Health Subcommittee on mental health. This is a major issue in terms of this in school and aim to promote mental well-being, improved health awareness, and support systems for those who need help. On the Constitutional Reform Subcommittee, they want to be actively involved in terms of the importance of the Constitution and enabling discussions about governance and legal frameworks which will foster civic awareness. Going on. Increased spending, sufficient resources for scalability, expanding successful pilots such as mental health workshops and STEM innovation prototypes, enhanced capacity for delivery, investments in logistics, technology, and training will enable effective program implementation, sustainability of initiatives, long-term impact. So that they have said in their report that 2024 has laid a good foundation and that the increase in spending in 2025, we can amplify these successes and reach a more sustainable approach.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair, same line item,
Chief Whip.
turn the Minister's attention to the Lands and Surveyors Commission. Could the Honourable Minister indicate what is the status of the Lands and Surveyors Commission's board?
Minister.
It's been appointed, is it? Yeah. Just give us a sec, please. I am not the gatekeeper, Mr. Maipol. The gatekeeper is sitting up there.
Go ahead, Minister.
Telling me once I give him back his time. I said, I'm not the gatekeeper, you are. Isn't that so?
We've always been very flexible.
He knows that. Yes, lands and surveys. Yeah. Yeah, the board has not been put in place as yet, as far as I know.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman. What is there in the interim? How does the Ghana Lands and Surveys operate based on the constitutional guidance of this body?
Honorable Minister.
Um, I think you will well remember that under President Granger, Trevor Ben, who was then the head of Lands and Surveys, was given certain powers to make decisions. That was withdrawn, I believe, in this government, and that the CEO makes decisions and otherwise has to approach cabinet or the person who is in charge, or ultimately in terms of lands in Guyana, which is the Office of the President.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Just for clarity for the minister, no, I do not recall during the Granger administration. Just your guidance, for your guidance rather, could the honorable minister indicate how the CEO was derived from? If I'm quoting the Constitution correctly, it says that a board must be put in place, and out of that board, a CEO is derived. So without a board being in place, how has the CEO arrived or derived?
Or Minister?
Yeah, this is not a constitutional issue. This is a matter of statute. The Guyana Lands and Surveys Commission is under statute. It's not in the Constitution. There was no
Thank you,
board
Minister. We
functioning.
stand corrected.
There was no board functioning either under Parter Granger's term as well.
Honourable members, I now put a question that is some stated.
Mr. Chair.
The ultimate decider on land and distribution is the cabinet.
Mr. Chair, if I
Honourable
may.
member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. In the absence, could the Honourable Minister say through you, sir, in the absence of the board, how are decisions going through, for example, on the Linden-Suicide Highway? We know that they have been leaseholders for years, and of recent we saw business individuals being given titles where they were leased before. How is that being done in the absence of a board?
I think we have to
Honourable
go back
Minister.
to the State Lands Act, which is also the same act that is used in regards to Amerindian land titling, and that the ultimate decider on that, because it's state lands, is the president as the head. All state land comes under the president and the cabinet. So cabinet makes decisions on the allocations, if there's a new housing scheme being opened, for example, and the release of lands for those purposes has to have cabinet approval. In the case of the Soesdijk people, those issues of regularizing those lands and assigning them are done through the technical areas of the Lands and Surveys Commission, but go to cabinet and or directly to the minister in charge by law, who is the president. It was the same thing under the Granger administration.
Thank you, Honourable
Mr. Chair.
Minister. I have.
That's how Lowenfield got his land just before the elections, remember?
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, 200
Chief,
acres of
yeah,
200 acres of prime land in Region 10. I
Mr.
don't know
Chairman,
why Figueira doesn't ask me that question.
I follow up with the honourable minister, same line item, and minister,
Can't
you
read that
could.
far, Annette.
Minister, you could advise if by chance I am misleading myself. I'm quoting it from the Constitution, the laws of Guyana, schedule, constitution and procedure of the board and other related matters. And it
the
goes on
Lands
to
and
say,
Surveys?
one, the board shall consist of a chairman, the commissioner, and 11 members, all of whom shall be appointed by the minister. Number 2 says, all members of the board other than the commissioner shall be subject to subparagraph 2 and 3, hold office for the period of 3 years, and it goes on. But it's referenced the board, as in the laws. So
The
is it
Guyana
a
Land
key?
Surveys Commission is not
Minister,
a
allow him to
constitutional
finish.
body.
And
Right.
It's covered by statute.
Well, essentially, Mr. Chair, just seeking the minister's guidance if the laws are not applicable here, or if I'm misguided.
Let me repeat.
go ahead,
The
Minister.
state lands are the property of the state. The minister responsible for land in Guyana is the president. So the minister that they're referring to is the president. Decisions to do with land fall within the rubric of the cabinet and the president. Right? So we're within the law. You can talk about a board, but the point is that even if there is a board, it has to have the approval. If you're listening, Mr. Jones, and don't let Mr. Duncan distract you, as always, is that
Yes.
even if there is a board, even if there were a board, the ultimate arbiter and decider is the minister responsible, who is the president.
Sorry, Mr. Final follow-up question. Minister,
ahead,
could
Chief
you
Whip.
indicate how much
Chief Whip to
lands,
Chief Whip. Go ahead.
how many lands have been allocated, transferred, or leased within the last 4 years, or titled in the last 4 years?
Do you expect me to have that answer here, sir? That's a question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, why can't
Go
I
ahead,
speak?
Minister, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, I seek your guidance.
And you have my
I think that
protection
is a
too.
very good question. It's a good question.
Yes.
But it's talking about 4 years, and that's a question to a minister under
Yes.
questions to ministers. Not under a budget line item where we're looking at the implementation of the taxpayers' money vis-a-vis the Guyana Lands Service Commission. So I think it's a wonderful question. We can answer it. We have nothing to hide. Just put it on the order paper, on the notice paper. Let's get to that.
All right.
But it would be unfair to say how much lands you've given out in the last 4 years when we're looking at 2025. We would not have been prepared for that. Stop showing me something. I can't even see what is written there. Annette, I don't have microscopic eyes.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Chief
Piece of
Whip,
paper.
you are
Yes.
guided correctly.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you
And
very much.
I promise you, once the question comes, we'll deal with it expeditiously.
Right. Well, Mr. Chair, I do agree with the Honourable Minister that that question, the information she would not have at hand. So my final submission to the Honourable Minister,
notice
would you
of
be
the
kind enough to lay over that to the Honourable House?
She asked, and I was going to direct. You can put it as a question, and we will deal with it expeditiously. Honorable members, I have MP Lawrence. I have an observation. I don't know if the Honorable Sherrod Duncan is appointed the advisor to every person asking questions. But I don't know really where he sits now. Okay. But Honorable Member Mr. Duncan, please don't distract the persons around you, right? Ms. Lawrence?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister, same line item, 6321, but I'm looking at page 468. And the question is, could the Honorable Minister say when we will see financial statements laid in this National Assembly for the Gaming Authority, Guyana Lands and Surveys Commission, Institute of Applied Science and Technology, and Office of the Commissioner of Information? Some of them have statements as far back as 2017, Honorable Minister. So when will we see them laid?
Honorable Minister.
I agree with you totally, and they're here and they should listen and do it.
Thank you. Honorable Member Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you,
We have
sir.
been encouraging,
Sir,
we have been
the same line
encouraging them
item,
to do their reports.
The Guyana
and some
Technical
have been
Training
doing it.
College,
Okay.
Inc., GTTCI. Last year, the Honorable Minister was kind enough to say to us that the $50 million was to start up this college. And we see here a figure of $78 million now. And there was a cabinet order that approved its formation since last year for it to be in existence, for it to be existing at Port Morant next to the University of Guyana, Berbice campus. Can the Honorable Minister provide us on an update with reference to that institution, and also how is it going?
Minister.
I have a report from the Guyana Technical Training College, Inc., GTTCI 2024, and its reports. It was a successful year in terms of the project being executed between the Government of Guyana and Exxon in Port Morant. Track 1, the Oil and Gas Training Center, witnessed the building, construction, and outfitting of the US 13 million FACT-TOR, that is Facility Simulator, completed over a 9-month period, mainly in 2023, with its formal opening by the President in February 2024. Initial intake of 24 Exxon SBM Guyanese trainees completed the mechanical, electrical, instrumental, and production training, graduating in June, and thus ready to work on the FPSOs offshore. The very first Guyanese to be trained was at GTTCI. A contract has been awarded to prepare the site for the main oil and gas training facility, and this work should be completed and is just about to be complete. And in October of 2024, a US 35 million contract was awarded to erect the buildings and infrastructure for the facility. Foundation work should be completed soon. Laboratory and workshop and maintenance buildings are expected to be completed in September, October 2025, as well as the administration building. They have 2025 will see in January a new intake of 34 students to the factor for their initial 6 months of training at Port Morant, and the GTCI through Exxon SPM will admit its first full cohort of 24 students to be trained entirely in Guyana in September, October, using the new training and classroom buildings that are being currently built. And this includes like office and so on for the director and the trainers and so on. Track 1, this is to do with the campus, will all be completed in October 2026. The residence, dining hall, and other infrastructure works. We will hire 8 Guyanese. They will hire 8 Guyanese trainers in training and to send them initially to Canada for a 9 to 12-month training program. Further training will be continued in the factor, shadowing the expat trainers and on FPSOs over the following years. It is estimated this cost for training will initially be $1 million to be funded through the agreement with ExxonMobil or directly by the Government of Ghana. In addition to that, the Institute with Exxon, is addressing other academic and policy matters associated with the registration of the GTCI by the National Accreditation Council and accreditation of its program by a reputable international body. There's also a 5-year transition plan between Exxon and Ghana that will have to be approved. The new feature, and the new, not only oil and gas, but the work on building the Hospitality and Tourism Institute, which is part of the institution. Track 2, initially with CDB funding, began on the campus in February 2024. It was completed in a few phases with the Government of Ghana funding and is to be completed in 2026. If all goes to plan, the Ministry of Education will be also then a responsible body to work on this, as far as I understand. Expected that the Ministry of Public Works in 2025 will build and upgrade the access roads to the site from the public road and pave and have illuminated the internal campus road, what's called Gaisuko Dam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Sir,
MP?
So I don't have a
may I
breakdown of the
ask if
78
the Honorable
million.
Minister can lay that over? But my substantive question is, a lot of work was done with reference to this GTTCI. Where did the money come from to do all that work when the budget is reflecting that from the 50 million provided in 2024, none was spent? So where did that money come from, and what will they be using this amount here, $78 million for?
Like previously, that's a good question for a question to the Minister. We're talking about an allocation.
All right, sir, I withdraw.
Here,
Thank you
right?
very much.
But if the Minister would like to prefer an answer,
I withdraw the
please.
question, sir.
I'll give her an opportunity. Minister,
I was
if
trying
you
to
want
listen
to
to
offer an answer,
three conversations one time. So if I got it wrong,
Minister,
I
just remember, the primary one is here.
I know, but I have to listen here too. I have to answer questions from there. So I'm on a three-way stream, which I'm not very good at.
Okay, so I was at the point advising the honorable member that the particular question doesn't pertain to this allocation.
Right.
He could put that as a question to the minister, but if you would like to offer an answer, I'd give you the opportunity.
I have no problem with a question yeah.
Yes.
I think it would be better. I think there's a lot to report on, and there are also reasons why the money wasn't used in the previous year that are acceptable, I believe. So I think it would be a useful exercise.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, this is a good time to put it.
No, not as
Honorable
yet.
member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister. On page 468, details of subsidy and contributions to local organizations. Office of the First Lady.
Yes.
I note we have a small increase from 2024 to 2025. But my question to you, Honorable Member, is that over time, this Committee of Supply has been approving sums to this very office. And like other constitutional agencies, though this is not a constitutional body, we're not getting reports as to the activities with regards to the office of the First Lady. So I would really love to know what this $31.2 million will be utilized for the year 2025. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
First of all, there is no requirement by statute for her to submit any report to the House. So that's number one. So the statutes covering the First Lady or the spouse of the President and her benefits do not require an annual report to the House, number one. She's covered by the Auditor General. Why don't you listen? Why don't you listen? The Auditor General then would do a survey, an audit of all the taxpayers' money being used under the Office of the President, including the First Lady. The budget for the First Lady actually is probably around $61 million, but she gets from the government in 2024, she got 31. Right, and now she's getting 31 million according to this. So that the rest is raised by fundraising and fundraising activities she has, as well as project funds from donors, etc. When she works with civil society. She works with civil society. So she has an adopt an orphanage program, which I'm sure you've heard about, including medical outreaches, menstrual hygiene initiative, which you're very well aware of. This has been public. Inclusability, dealing with persons. This is one of her areas of concern and one of her platforms, as most First Ladies have platforms, is that to deal with disabilities and to advocate and increase the access to services and destigmatization of persons with disabilities. 2025, the funds will be expended also on staffing of the business center for persons with disabilities, and that's in Region 6, right? Yeah. And she also works with the Guyana Council of Organization for Persons with Disabilities. She also has a National Beautification Program, which I'm sure you've been familiar with, to do with the 7 public recreational parks that will be completed. Anna Regina, Region 2, Tushan, East Bank, Essequibo, Leonora, West Coast, Demerara, Region 3, Diamond Grove, East Bank, Region 4, Bath Settlement, Region 5, Unity, Region 6, Linden, Region 10. Repairs and maintenance works will be done at existing public parks. As you know, one of our projects has been the Children's Park in the National Park, which is really a beautiful place now to go to, even if you're too old to go to a children's park. And then donations that she's been able to have donations from a variety of the private sector and civil society, etc., that have brought her up to the amount of money required to do all these projects. As you remember, too, the beautification of the seawall bandstand area is also one of our projects. And I think it is also a beautiful place that people frequent now on the weekends happily. It's a child-friendly, family-friendly place to go to. Yeah, I'm glad you get me, but if my honorable member doesn't know what's going on in Guyana, what am I to do? I've got to educate her. I've got to educate her.
Thank you, honourable members.
Goes both ways.
I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 12, National Policy Development and Presidential Advisory Services. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
So anybody who has
Those
capital,
against
they
say
can't
no. Ayes have it. The
until
sum
we get to
stated
capital, right?
now stands part of the estimates. Minister will continue with current and return to pages 40 and 41. Agency 13. And I propose the question that the sum stated for, sorry, Agency 1, Program 13, Guyana Defense Force, Defense and National Security. And I propose the question that the sum stated for this program stands part of the estimates. And I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 13, Defense and National Security. Current expenditure. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Members, please turn to pages 42 and 43. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 14 stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I turn the minister's attention to page 468, Guyana Office for Investment. We are providing this office with almost $500 million. And the last financial statement provided to the Auditor General was for year 2020. So I'm asking the Honorable Minister, what is inhibiting the Guyana Office for Investment from submitting to the Auditor General their financial reports for 2021, 2022, and 2023? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
I'm advised that the Auditor General is auditing 2019 and 2020 at this time, and that their annual report will be submitted to Parliament in due course, but it's already published and ready to be submitted.
Just some
For those of us in the PAC, we know that the Auditor General has been trying very hard to bring up a number of the statutory bodies whose audited financial statements were outstanding. As MP Balder said, that some have been outstanding for a while. But we're pleased to see the progress made in the Auditor General report of catching up and trying to reduce the number of outstanding, at least audited financial statements. And there are a number of them that are due to come to Parliament after budget.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair, just from the minister, she held a book in her hand. She said that's a report. Could she say that is for which year?
2024.
Okay, thanks.
Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 14, Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 15. I propose the question on pages 44 and 45. I propose the question that the sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 15 stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Nobody in favor? Program 15, I put the question that the sum stated for Program 15, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Third time. I put the question that the sum stated for Program 15, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 16, pages 46 and 47, stands part of the estimates. I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 16, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 483. Just give me a minute. Don't have the suction on the fingertips to move the pages as fast as you move among seats. Honorable members, I put the question that the sum stated for Program 11, capital expenditures, stands. I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 11, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Minister, I take you to line item 1702300, Men on Mission Program. I look at the legend for the allocation of 700 million, and the description says the project entails provision for men on mission projects and programs. I'm asking, given the program that was circulated in the Parliament for 2024, if the minister can disaggregate the amount which will be spent for maintenance, building of houses, and materials from the total there.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you for the question. Of the 7 million, it's broken down as follows. Housing assistance, construction of new homes, 395 million, in which region 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are included, and the quantity is 52. So for housing assistance, construction of new houses, 52 houses, 395 million. Secondly, housing assistance, that is provision of materials for essential home facilities, kitchen, toilet, from region 1 to 10. These are for 32 homes. This is assistance, 115 million. Youth empowerment and mentorship program, 84 million. This includes 6 million for the One Guyana Kitchen and 1 for the Youth Empowerment and Mentorship Program in East Bank, 1 in East Coast, and 1 in Kurukuru, as well as 1 in Letham, and so on, Region 6. New Amsterdam Drop-In Center, Hampshire Civic Center, Line Path, a community center, including Region 2 and 3. So some places are identified, but that it's $6 million for each one of the youth empowerment and mentorship programs throughout Guyana. And at least every region is covered, and in some cases one may have more than one. Activities and events, memorabilia, hats, t-shirts, pins, 16.5 million. Yearly men's observation activities, Father's Day observations, International Men's Day celebration, Men's Health Day and Mental Health Day, 23.5 million. Special activities, village visits, men and boys seminars and workshops, youth camp, regional activities, health walk, cleanup, games, and community buildings, 51 million, and 15 million for office and administrative support, and 7 million for provision of small pledges. That's the 700 million as proposed.
Thank you, Minister.
So we
Honorable
do have a
Member, Ms.
breakdown.
Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the Honorable Minister tell us what is the One Guyana's Kitchen? Did I hear you correctly? And where is it located?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, the one Guyana kitchen is mainly meant for, I think, children coming from school in the area, and it is near the empty land near GPL on Main Street, just across from State House. Yeah. So it's a program where children can come and have meals, and do their classroom, their after school program, get help with their homework and things like that. So that's just across from State House at the corner near Nations, right?
Thank you, Minister.
Miss-
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the honorable member, she can be assured that next week I will turn up at the one kitchen to get my meal. But
Of
that
course you
aside,
can, but not for
that
food.
aside, that aside,
You're
Mr.
not coming
Mr.
for food, Annette. You're
That
coming,
aside, Mr. Chair.
you're not coming for
That
food, though.
aside, Mr. Chair. I note.
They teach mathematics there too.
All right. I note, Mr. Chair, that from the 700 million, the men of mission will be expending 395 million towards the construction of 52 houses.
Right.
Can the honorable member say whether this is in all region? And
Yes.
secondly, what criterion is being used to ensure that we have there's equity and fairness and no sort of discrimination, and whether the Ministry of Housing is part of this entire process. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
There are 52 houses being proposed for 2025, 6 in Region 1, 6 in Region 2, 6 Region 3, 12 in Region 4, 4 in Region 5, 8 in Region 6, 1 in 7, 1 in 8, 3 in 9, and 5 in 10. Now, those could change based on circumstances. My understanding is that these are given for persons who are really in trouble in terms of their status. So you have seen in some of the media, persons elderly being found in terrible shacks with no water, no electricity, buildings falling down that could fall down around them. So elderly, yes; disabled, yes; mothers with children who have no one to support them, and fire victims as well, whose houses have been destroyed by fire. So there are basic criteria that these are people who are vulnerable and at risk. This is not to do with the general population out there being able to get these houses. And then you have the other group, 32, to do with provision of materials for essential home facilities. So those houses that didn't have a toilet in the house or a kitchen in the house. And these are sometimes many persons who may have also had fires and partially had damage to their houses.
Thank you very much. A quick follow-up to the honorable member through you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I recognize that for Region 4, you've said that 12 houses are likely to be facilitated under this particular program. As a representative in Region 4, I have 2 elderly persons in my constituency, West Rumfeld. So I would like for those 2 elderly persons to benefit from this allocation through the Men on Mission. So perhaps we can have a sidebar how the process can be worked out. So I trust that when I put in my
Honorable
request.
Member, the question should be, I have 2 persons. Are these 2 homes included in this allocation?
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Okay, let me just rephrase it to the honorable members. So I have two houses in my constituency, or two members, sorry, in my constituency. So would the allocation, assist those two persons? Thank you very much. Or how can they be added?
As a member of parliament, you have the prestige to be able to write to MOM and say, look, as a member of parliament, I'm a representative, this is my community, these people are deserving and we're asking you to consider. They will then do a site visit and take down all the details, and they'll go into the list of people waiting, because there are obviously people who were put on a list since last year for this year. So I can't promise you, but obviously any MP has a right to represent persons who are living in very bad conditions. So you're not talking about a nice house, you're talking about people who are really in dire conditions. And it's wrong. And so that's the idea, to try to, in some of the single parents, women who have 5 and 6 children, they have no one to support them, their husband may have died or whatever. So those are victims and people you're looking at, disabled persons who have difficulty finding a proper place to live with conditions where they can easily get to a bathroom and so on. These are the kind of persons you're trying to reach. The people who are not always reached, they're not always reached. They're out sometimes from the norm. So these are not necessarily low-income houses. These are persons even below that.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Through you, final follow-up on this.
Go ahead.
The honorable member stated that I should write to men on mission. So would she be kind enough to say to whom I should pen such a letter to? Thank you and the address. Thank you very much.
It's very valuable information, honorable members, being requested.
I would suggest that you write to the permanent secretary of the Office of the President and or to the coordinator for MOM through GDF Camp Guy and Ghana.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Honorable members, I now put a
Sir.
question. Honorable member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir.
I
Sir.
see the opposition assistant chief whip has now changed positions.
Sir, he's a very good
And
help.
again, he moves on.
Sir,
Go ahead, Mr. Mahipal.
the Honorable Minister was kind enough to say $395 million to build 52 homes across the country, which works out to a cost of about $7.5 million per home.
Yes.
Sir, a philanthropist on social media, Mohammed's Enterprise, has been advertising that they're constructing homes at a cost of $2 million to $2.5 million. May I ask the Honorable Minister, why is the cost to construct a home on the men on mission so high?
Well, I don't, I think it's
Honorable
improper.
Minister.
I think it's improper, Member of Parliament, to bring in someone's coming up with 2.5 when you're not saying what is the materials. Is it wood? Is it concrete? Is it truly? Is it
It's
zinc?
subsidized.
What is it? And in addition to that, what's the size of it? Is it 20 by 20 or is it 40 by 40? What is the size of it? So I can't be asked to answer a question when I am devoid of any information to do any comparison. These are homes that are 2-bedroom homes with kitchen, bathroom inside and a living room. And they're using what you call the model that we're doing in the low-income houses that you're seeing at the back of Cummings Lodge, which is about 7.5 million. So there's a standard thing that they're using. So I could get up and say I could build a house for $2 million, but it's 1 bedroom or it's 1 studio. How can you ask me to compare chalk and cheese? That's not what the Parliament's for.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Sir, from social media, we see the pictures.
Go ahead.
So we can see the pictures in terms of comparison to know directly which house is big, which one is small, which is nice, and which is
subsidized
nice,
and which is not.
which is subsidized and which is not subsidized, and so on. May I ask the Honorable Minister if she can lay over, I don't know if she did, the disaggregated of the 52, the disaggregation to say how much in each region will be constructed. She did? Sorry, well, I withdraw.
Yeah, she
Thank
did.
you very much.
Yeah, you're being distracted by the Assistant Chief Whip. Honorable Minister, honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 12, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 13, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein for capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. And I put a question that the sum stated for Program 13, capital expenses, now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 14, capital expenditure. I propose the question that the sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. I put the question that the sum stated for Program 14, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Program 15, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 15, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. I put a question that the sum stated for, he's getting a call from the president. I put the question that the sum stated for Program 15, capital expenditure,
Mr.
stands
Chair.
part of the estimates.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Line item 3401700, National Parks Commission. Could the Honorable Minister disaggregate the amount totaling 2.8?
Honorable Minister.
Pleasure, with great pleasure, Mr. Chairperson. The 2 billion of the 2.8 billion, Mr. Jones, please listen to answers that you ask questions about. 2 billion of that
It was a
is
time question.
for the renovation of the construction, the upgrading of the zoological park. This means that most of it will take over the botanical gardens, as you know it, $2 billion, so that we'll have a proper place to house and showcase our animals, and to have a training school, a nature school, and all these things in terms of educating the younger children and the adults in terms of climate resilience, protection of wildlife, etc. So this is 2 billion. 600 million is national tree planting intervention in the urban parks. Again, this is part of the LCDS in terms of increasing our carbon coverage and so on. So that 2.6 billion is covered under those two heads alone. The rest, 200 million, involve areas of construction of security outfits at the zoological park, rehabilitation of guardrails, those smaller things that are there, new water system for the zoo, zoning areas, but boundary fences for the botanical gardens, admin building, washrooms, parking shed, etc. So there's a long list of what are the smaller items, including things like rehabilitation of storage building, modernization of the concession area, and then you have one double cab canter, 3 electric bikes, 1 tractor mower, 1 skid steer and compact loader, 1 wheel type disc harrow, 1 rotary slasher, 1 box blade compact tractor implement. I hope you all know what that is. Cherry picker, 3 leaf blow machines. So those are the transport areas to be able to manage the park and to take care of it. And you have a whole range of other equipment to do with trimmers and animal traps and chainsaw and brush cutters and stuff. So that can be made available if you so wish. But I think the most fascinating thing in the budget, which I've always longed for, and personally I'm delighted about, the upgrading of the zoological park, and Cabinet was privy to some of the design, the preliminary designs in terms of, and that has to go into a whole range of other discussions. But I'm really excited as a Guyanese to see that we'll have a, really showcase zoo.
Thank you, Minister.
Just a
Honorable Member
clarification.
Lawrence?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was the minister saying she will lay it over?
She did.
Or she asked
Yes.
it? Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 15, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. I propose the question for Program 16, Capital Expenditure, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 16, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, Minister, and all the staff for Office of the President and the agencies hereunder for taking us through Agency 1. We would invite members of the Ghana Defense Force to join Minister Teixeira as we prepare to consider the estimates for Agency 53, Ghana Defense Force. We finish at 3:17 according to my computer clock here, and that leaves us.
Thank you. Thank you.
That leaves
Thank you very
us
much for your help.
12 minutes in savings. You confirming with Ricky, our staff? Thank you. 12 minutes. Honorable members, I propose a question. We're at pages 284 and 285. Guyana Defense Force. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 53, Guyana Defense Force, Program 531, Defense and Security Support, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I ask the minister to turn to 6302, line item, budgeted amount of $485.025 million. Minister, I would like to ask some specific questions about areas of training. And my first question is whether any officer or officers have or will be trained in cybersecurity and information warfare.
Honorable Minister.
Right. Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, there is a provision in the training budget 6302 for cyberspace training, cybersecurity training. And these are with some of our bilateral partnerships, United States, Brazil, India, for example. And so there is in training in the areas, that particular area.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
MP Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I follow up, same line item. And the next area I would like to ask about, given our soldiers are on our western border for longer periods now, what about PTSD management? Do we have any person or persons who are specifically being trained in that area?
Minister?
I'm advised that the GDF has welfare staff as well as a permanent psychologist on staff
Thank you, Minister.
to assist in that area.
Honorable members, I know. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to the honorable member. If I can turn her attention to line item 6284, order. I know the Army is a sensitive organization, but I recognize there has been an increase from 2024 to 2025. So my question to the honorable member, what would have occasioned this increase? A major increase here.
Honorable Minister. Mike?
As you're aware,
Yes, honorable member.
As you're aware, the Army has been building its stock in fleet in terms of aircraft, acquisition of new aircraft, as well as marine capacity and so on. So along with this comes additional cost. The payments for airworthiness licenses for the air freight, this will be increasing because the acquisition of new aircraft. So not just the Dornier and the Bell, but also additional aircraft have been put on order. Consultation fees, software licenses, cybersecurity services, which Madam Volda asked about, and the usual kind of paraphernalia that the Army needs for hosting events, chairs, tents, and so on. And additionally, this is the 60th anniversary of the Army and the GDF of Guyana, and that will be starting in November 2024 and concluding on the 31st of October 2025. So this increase also caters to the year of activities for the GDF in terms of recognizing its 60th anniversary.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I note that the local travel and subsistence went up from $60+ million to $87 million. I want to put 3 line items if the minister doesn't mind, Mr. Chair, because they're all in the same line of my question. May
Go
I?
ahead, just give the Honorable Minister an opportunity to make the notes.
Mhm. So it's 62, 61.
Right.
62, 64, and 62, 65. So there's an increase in 62, 61 for local travel and subsistence. But on the 62, 64, and 62, 65, there is a decrease from last year's budgeted allocation. Given this is a year where we would have the general and regional elections being held, I'm just asking whether those exercises that will be carried out by the Guyana Defense Force are taken into consideration in these 2 line items for vehicle spares and other transport and travel.
Minister?
Yeah, under 6261, traveling, there has been an increase, as you correctly pointed out, in terms of traveling to remote locations to monitor and evaluate the projects and training of the soldiers. Also monitor government projects, which is a security matter, and of course, in terms of VIP visits to border and other locations. Um, in terms of 6264, vehicle spares and service, the GDF has in excess of 300 vehicles. An additional 55 vehicles are expected to be added in 2025 from the 2024 expenditure. So this is thought to reduce the reliance on, you would have less demand for vehicle spares and servicing as before. It also includes in here transporter troops and building materials for engineering projects. As you may be aware, when we come to 6265, where again there's a decrease, the GDF has taken on the task of upgrading airstrips at Kayachor, Kaikan, New River, and Oranjuke. They have just finished the one they did at Ettringbang. So this saves money, but also allows the engineers in the GDF to get hands-on experience with doing some of these type of projects. So there's not a, in terms of the 6265, it's not really a reduction in incentives, just a way in using money differently. And as I said, in terms of the new vehicles coming in, it is thought usually, and most of the agencies put that in their budgets, that when the vehicles are new, you have less demand for spares, etc., assuming that everyone drives them carefully.
MP Lawrence?
Thank you. Does this mean, Minister, looking at 6264 and what you have said, with the additional new vehicles coming on stream in 2025, that they are going to get rid of some of the old vehicles? Because those are the ones, as you know, in the ministries that are taking up all the money. So are they going to be disposing of those old vehicles?
Minister?
Yeah, once the vehicles are boarded, and then remember you have to go through the process of boarding assets, and so once it is thought that the vehicles should be boarded based on the condition, etc., then they will go through that process and then be boarded and be auctioned off.
MP Ferguson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I can take the honorable member back to line item 6284, other. I'm happy, based on the explanation she gave, I'm happy to hear that the GDF is actually boosting its aviation arm. But my concern and a question to the honorable member is whether we have, yes, we're purchasing a lot of new aircraft, but whether we have the capacity or how many staff, what is the staff strength in the aviation arm at the organization there. Thank you.
Minister?
I mean, historically with the GDF, it has always had a combination of civilian and GDF pilots. In fact, there was one time you couldn't become a GAC pilot unless you came from the GDF. Now it is a combination of civilian and GDF pilots working in the Guyana Defense Force. You're well aware of the tragic crash we had where we lost one of the civilian pilots, Mr. Charles. So that, well, he was GDF, so I always thought of him as civilian, so beg pardon, I made a mistake. But the issue with the pilots is that every time you bring in a new aircraft, a new type, a new model, the pilots have to be trained. So it is ongoing all the time. If you bring in a Bell, they have to be trained on a Bell. 212, if they have to go to a Dornier, they have to be trained on that. So it's never a one-stop shop that you train a pilot and he can jump in any plane and fly it. It's a constant, and I believe that the GDF has been sensitive to that, and they've been doing that with training the different pilots to go either overseas or be trained here. So there's an issue of capacity, always is, but I think there's been, GDF has had enough experience in this area for quite a long time to have some capacity and ability to manage this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Chair, can I proceed? Okay, thank you. Um, Honorable Member, can I turn your attention to line item 6294 Other? I note for 2025 we have a major or a huge increase, 2 billion and change. So can you explain what constitutes other and what this sum will take care of?
As you're aware, Honourable Member, that we have a border issue, and therefore, especially since the heightening started, what was it, 2 years ago, the rhetoric, etc., and the vitriol, that the Guyana Defence Force has been increasing the intake of ranks and training. And so this continues in 2025 with equipping ranks and making sure they have a proper, appropriate kits, equipment, in keeping with the new and emerging trends of modern military attire, uniform, accessories, etc., including support to the AgriCorps section of the Guyana Defence Force. And to recognize that the combination of the border issue and the election year will put some of the Army to have a higher alert, a higher system in place. As I said earlier, the 60th anniversary with 1 year of activities from November last year to October this year. That is going to be the reunion of ranks who have served, showing appreciation for service ranks through medals, anniversary tokens, shows, outreaches, and things like that, to recognize the men and women who have been in the Army and those who are alive since 60 years ago. So this is where the 2.6 billion will come into, to make sure that, one, the Army is equipping its ranks properly and appropriately and in a modern context, as well as the other areas of Army work, AgriCorps and anniversaries, etc. Security.
Thank you very much.
Member Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Member, for your explanation. May I now turn through you, Mrs. Clerk, Mr. Chair, sorry. Can I turn the Honorable Member attention to 6292, Dietary? I note for 2025, there's a increase by some 300 million. And I know for a fact that the Army has an arm to sustain themselves, right, through poultry rearing and other things. So my question to the Honorable Member, whether this amount that is being catered for in 2025, whether it's adequate, taking into consideration the high cost of commodities in the market, and also taking into consideration that the Army hasn't been doing much agriculture, because there's be passing a Garden of Eden there, and I ain't seeing much chicken and much agricultural activities. So I just want to know whether this allocation will suffice for 2025. Thank you.
Minister.
I have to watch where the Honourable Member keeps watching. She wants to watch the one Guyana kitchen, now she's watching the Army up in Carverton. They just to maybe ask the last question first, and that is that I'm advised that from the AgriCorps, 30% of the chickens, 30% chickens, 40% eggs, 25% pork, goat and sheep and venison and mutton are provided for the Army. Is that correct? Yes. That's the AgriCorps. So they are what you call supplementing what they're buying. But what I think we need to look at as well in terms of 6294 is the issue of 6292 is the increase in the ranks that have been recruited and brought in, approximately over 1,000, and that also the reserve ranks have almost doubled. So those on reserve. So this you're feeding more people, number one, and not just those who are in the Guyana Defense Force, but also those who are in the National Reserves. So that number of National Reserves is almost, I think, almost double, maybe not quite double. And that this includes training, feeding, and the rule of armies all over the world from the days of 1300 years ago and stuff like that. Well, in the what do you call Genghis Khan and everything else was make sure your army's fed. Your army is watered and fed. You don't skimp on that. So never do. And so all the greatest generals of the world have known. Feed. Always make sure your preamble give me the right wording. Always make sure the men are watered and fed well. Is that the correct one? Yep. Yeah, the army watches on its stomach. Yeah, that's the phrase I was trying to remember.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Honorable
And
members,
to the honorable
I
member, I
now
have no further questions. Thank
I
you.
now put a question that the sum stated for program 531, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Page 520, honorable members, and I propose the question that the sum stated for program 531, capital expenditures, stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could I point the minister to line item 2404,600? The description of the project says, the project includes provision for vehicles, boats, and outboard engines. Honorable Minister, I'm specifically interested in the boats. Are we talking about offshore patrol boats or armored boats, logistics, and support boats? What is it we're talking about? And how much of this allocation are we planning to spend on the purchase of these boats?
Minister.
Okay. So just let me clarify. You're on 240-04600? Okay, thanks. Yeah, because you have a heading on marine development, which would have your the larger boats. So that there is this difference in the two under under marine development 200, 300, you'll have the larger boats. The 240-4600, these are the smaller boats. So you'd have number 7 here is the 17, yeah. Boats, yeah. Sorry, after a while, Mr. Speaker, I'm getting a little buzzardy. These are 6 boats, 2,750,000 each, totaling 16 million, 0.5. Increase the riverine patrols. So these are not your larger boats. Right?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I go back to the 1-200-300 line, the marine development.
Right.
And it says equipment and vessels. So you're indicating that we are talking about boats here. So could you kindly say how many and what size are we looking at? I don't want too much description or anything, but anything that you could just give the House an idea of what we're investing here and how much are we allocating. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other big ones? In the total of the budget here, Madam Lawrence, 2.1 billion, 2.1 billion for marine development. Approximately half a billion is for a coastal enforcement vessel, Um, these are vessels for patrolling near our coastal zones. One is 400 million, and also interceptor patrol vessel. We're looking at one also of that, 100 million. This will help the Guyana Defense Force in intercepting and to go fast in the coastal areas and coastal zones. There are a number of other matters there. There are some are slightly smaller boats, but there are also construction of the concrete wharf for GCGS Hines and officers' quarters and the main bond at GGCS Hines. A number of small engines, not boats, etc. So the major cost drivers under this head are the two big boats coming in, coastal enforcement vessel and an interceptor patrol vessel.
Mr. Chair. Chair. Thank you, sir. May I have a follow-up on this same line? Are the boats new boats or are they second-hand boats?
Yeah. I think we're kind of growing up now, so we can kind of buy newer, thanks to oil money. And when it's done, we'll have to go back to maybe used vehicles.
Mr.
Yeah, these are specially ordered and built, like, so, yeah.
Mr. Chair. Chief Whip. Mr. Chair, first let me take the opportunity, more than likely on behalf of all of us in this House, to express our gratitude to the members of the Guyana Defense Force and the work that you're doing. And equally, sir, we like to express our gratitude to your families, because we know from time to time you will be in the outlying region for a prolonged period, and we appreciate you for that. Comrade Chairman.
Thank you. That being said,
Comrade Chairman, line item 2800.
I thought you were going to ask me to put the head.
2800.
Just one question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually asked this question a few years ago, just a follow-up essentially. Line item 2800200, agriculture development. The description speaks about provision for agriculture development initiatives. As well, there is payment of retention. First, as it relates to agriculture development, does this relate to the Guyana Defense Force farm on the East Bank at land of Canaan? And as well, the payment of retention is for which location?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, this deals with agri-development in terms of also the farm on the East Bank. And also there's a farm project for Barracks. But the majority of the money, 37,498,000, the majority is focused on East Bank at the AgriCorps land there, and that is approximately 35 million or around there. So construction of access road to processing facility, 10 million construction of piggery, 8.5 construction of chicken coop at AgriCorps, 10 million development of 40 by 40 poultry pens at border locations, 7 million to try to reduce the movement and transport of food to where people are in border communities. So the 7 million is specifically to look at the border communities where soldiers are staying there for long periods. Right?
Chairman, may I turn the Minister's attention to 2800-100, pure water supply? I see that we have a sum there of $40 million. And when we turn to the description, it says this project entails upgrading of water distribution system. May I ask the Honorable Minister, where are we upgrading the water distribution system? And is this a work in collaboration with the Guyana Water Incorporated? And if so, why is this sum requested as an expenditure under the GDF and not the Guyana Water Incorporated?
Minister?
Um, we have water tanks, as you said, that be posted to various bases. They have 100 water tanks. They also have water pumps, 40 that with distribution already available portable areas at bases. Hot water system at AgriCore, 6 million. Two of these, sorry, for 6 million. This is to supply hot water to the Arbitrar and other sections of the Air Corps, which will help with sanitization procedures. Portable water plant, all bases, there's 7 calculated at 2 million. This is to provide filtered and distilled water at firm bases and border locations. And it gives the medical corps, for example, engineers, Sawao, training corps, Mazaruni, etc. But this is focusing, and then you have construction of trestle and base camp Angan and training corps. This is facilitate water and pumps with the distribution water at transportation office and training corps. So a number of these may be based at, would include Camp Stevenson and the Air Corps.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
40 million, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to, is this a collaborative effort between the Guyana Defense Force and the Guyana Water Incorporated? Or is it singularly handled by the Guyana Defense Force?
Yeah, this particular item on capital is specifically for GDF,
So in
not for
terms,
communities with GWI.
thank you. So in terms of the upgrading of the water distribution system, will it require the Guyana Defense Force going to public tender to secure or to get these materials and equipment to do this work, or does the Guyana Defense Force have the capacity to do it on their own without going to public tender?
Buy materials, yeah. Yeah, as we've stated earlier, the engineer corps of the Army has the capacity to do these things. So what would be labor? You'd go out to tender for the materials, so materials contracts, not contractors to do the whole work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
That's my understanding, yes.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I turn the honorable member attention to project code 1200 100, buildings. I note that you're requesting 1.6 billion, and based on the explanation given in the project file, it's for payment for retention and also provision for buildings and other facilities. My question to the honorable member, can you explain the retention cost is for what? Which building or buildings, and where these buildings are located? And also, what the additional to take care of provision for buildings and other facilities? Can you say where are these buildings and what constitute other facilities and the costs associated with the two descriptions given here? Thank you.
Minister?
This this particular line item deals with a number of projects that focus on border locations, barracks, that is sleeping accommodation, etc., and kitchen facilities for our men and women in the Army. So there are a number of buildings identified where this will take place in different parts of the country. And so the focus is on those areas to make sure that the soldiers are living under, reasonably good conditions and improved conditions from what they would have had before. There are maybe, I'm looking to see if there are those where there's retention in this area. There is number 9. The first line. because it's not much. So that there are a number of projects that extension of offices, club and messing facility, base camp Ghana, for example, is one of those where there's a retention for the contract.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is
Mr. Chair.
Answer this one.
Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister and her team. To the Honorable Minister, Mr. Chair, on same line item, 1200100 buildings, I note you mentioned earlier that the Guyana National Reserve has been expanded, where to the point it probably have been doubled, which is a good thing, and we are proud of that. I know in Region 1, more specifically Mabruma, we have been making representation for our own reservist building or base per se. We have done that through our local CSM and our CO as well. Is there any provision under this line item for such buildings if in Region 1 or any other bordering regions? And secondly, is there any provision under this line item as well for the complete establishment of the military base in Korosaima in Region 1? Thank you.
Minister?
Does one share that? Yes, I know. They want for reservists in building. Yeah. And this is in the budget, yeah. Yes. This one here? Yeah, there is provision, Honorable Member Mr. Cox, under this line item. One, in terms of rehabilitation of barracks, 250 million. And in the case of Barometer, there is a construction of accommodation at Barometer for the troops, but there's also a proposal to look at the drill hall at Barometer to be used by the reservists, right? So then those buildings would then come under the 250 million that are being looked at it being rehabilitated and so forth.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 531, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, Honorable Minister and the staff of the Guyana Defense Force for taking us through that head. Honorable members, let us now invite the
I want to get away from you guys.
Minister's staff to join us for Agency 6.
Can I just get it for a minute? My feet are going to sleep.
3:53, we ended Guyana Defense Force, and we are now down to just 7 minutes of savings. Our members, turn to pages 72 and 73, and I propose a question that is sum stated for Agency 6. Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, 6:1, current expenditure. I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Minister, at page 58, Volume 2, it is stated that the Ministry plans to contribute to effective government, parliamentary affairs management, and increase citizens' participation in decision-making. Can you kindly outline the specific strategies or initiative that will be implemented to achieve these objectives? I'm also particularly interested in the mechanism that will be used to achieve greater citizens' engagement in governance.
Honorable, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this is the objective of the ministry as a long-term objective in terms of parliamentary affairs of government and the business of the House, as well as the anti-corruption and human rights sections in regards to a new ministry that was created in 2020 September. In terms of the indicators which have been put, these are designed by finance, but we also have to report on a variety of other indicators to finance on how effectively we are being as a ministry in terms of our work in Parliament, in terms of number of bills that are brought, number of bills that are passed, number of committee meetings at the parliamentary level by the government, caucus meetings, etc. So it is more about looking at how is government doing its work in Parliament. And so the indicators here tend to look at what is the ministry's staffing, training sessions, and budgetary allocations. The overall objective, which is listed there, is part of what we're building on as a ministry in terms of the strategies and impacts that are defined in the same objective to implement and disseminate parliamentary affairs and governance policies in terms of optimal use of financial and human and physical resources and the impacts. And of course, you know that when you go further into the reading of the ministry, we have 3 programs. One is policy and development, which is what you're at here. There's also one on parliamentary affairs, and one on governance, which deals with human rights and anti-corruption. Those are the 3 areas of the ministry in terms of how we will try to have a greater impact on the effectiveness of the work we do.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, I now put a question.
No, sir.
Honourable member, Ms. Gita Edmond.
Honorable Minister, can you disaggregate line item 6284 and 6294?
Yes, thank you very much. The total that is being asked for is 100 million. It is what we asked for previously. Stakeholder consultations, 12 million. Consultancies, experts in governance, human rights as needed, 10 million. We're hoping to have a governance conference, 10 million. Legal services, when required, about 3.6 million. Technical reports and preparation of technical reports to the various treaty bodies we have to report to. We're putting a figure of 8 million there. Human Rights Anti-Corruption Expo, which we started 3 years ago and which has grown. It was held up to December 9th and 10th last year. It's become an annual feature. That is 12 million has been put aside for that. So that's how we get the 100 million. And you asked for 9.4 as well? Huh?
Yes.
Yes, for 6294 as well. This figure has gone up well, it's what we budgeted in 2024, and we're getting it back the same amount. These are work-study student and similar stipends. Water for the office, miscellaneous costs, tents if we have a yard meeting, etc. So there's not a large amount of money, but the work-study students who come to us are given stipends, and also my own staff. We are a very small staff, that we also, all the work we do for the Human Rights and Anti-Corruption Expo, which is 2 days and at least 1 day physically setting it up, that those staff members are given a small stipend as appreciation for working overtime, an additional task.
Okay. Minister, you mentioned about a governance conference. Do you have the proposed theme and the likely dates for this conference? Would this be another anti-corruption conference?
Not necessarily, not exclusively, no. It would not be exclusively But it will deal with the concept of governance, what is governance and what is democratic governance. Because I think that there's still a lot of confusion in our society. We say governance and government simultaneously, they're not. And so I think that what we are hoping for, depending on a number of factors, a number of variables, that we'd like to have it earlier in the year than later because of elections. But we were looking probably in the month of April, but now we have to make sure we're not conflicting with things like CPL and cricket and all these things that distract people from attending boring things like workshops and conferences from time to time. So yeah, we're looking at the month of April for that, tentatively, very tentatively right now.
Right. Minister, you also mentioned about stakeholders consultation.
Yes.
Are your consultations limited to the rural and urban area, or do you engage members from the interior?
The stakeholder forum that we have, has been focusing on civil society bodies, not individuals or communities as such, so that we have been working with trying to build a stakeholder forum with religious, business, labor, women, youth, as well as indigenous organizations and the National Two Shelves Council. So a lot of what we're doing with policy discussions, if the government's back, we had one on the Sexual Offences Act and the amendments, we had one on the Matrimonial Causes Act, these are which we try to include the stakeholders to be involved in the discussions. So we focus right now more on civil society and stakeholders than on communities per se. But we have a governance structure, but not under this program, not under program 1. There is a governance structure in program 3 that looks at, it's a pilot program with the interior. And that's a different way of approaching it.
Thank you, Minister. Member Surabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question, in the volume 2, page 58, the indicators show that the percentage of budgetary allocation that was expended in 2024 was 54%. And there's a target now of 100%. I'm guessing the target for 2024 was 100%. Can the Honourable Minister say what caused them not to be able to utilize the entire 100% that was allocated last year?
Honourable Minister.
If we look at the breakdown by program, the figures are different in the sense the averages are different. But when we compound them, that's when you come up with the total percentage. The revised target for 2024 has a 67% expenditure. I think in the, it has actual here, 54, right. One of the issues is the money we had under the same 6284 to do with 100 million, what we were going to spend it on, we were unable to spend it on. And that we're also pretty frugal. We could have spent all the money out if I'd had, but we didn't. We were very careful in the use
Minister,
of our money.
we're not hearing you well.
And going to tender. Huh?
You have to speak into the mic.
I beg your pardon?
Speak into the mic.
Oh, didn't I? Oh, sorry, you couldn't hear me?
We heard.
Yeah, you can hear me. It's who's not hearing?
Just one, another question, Mr. Chair, on maintenance of buildings.
Go ahead, member.
6242. There's budgeted 4,000, but only 1,000 was, 1 million was spent, and now there's a budget for 3 million. Can the minister say what they're expecting to do with the 3.4 in this year? And which building? I'm guessing it's the building that you housed in?
Yeah, thank you. Yes,
Minister.
we were hoping that at some point we'll get a new building because my building is getting a bit cramped, even though it's only a few of us, 22 of us, but we want to expand and therefore our staffing to bring in new skills that we may need. But in the interim, we are maintaining what we have, and we love our building, which is a beautiful traditional Queenstown wooden building, but it has its challenges as well. So the 3.4 million is to be used for polishing of hardwood, upper floor at the beginning and end of the year, 2 million. Um, we found some old furniture. Remember, this was a COVID headquarters before. There were a lot of old broken furniture in the place, and we have repaired them, sanded them, painted them, and make them look quite nice. Some of them are actually really good pieces. So again, the general maintenance of 1.4 million to do with furnishing, plumbing, electrical, servicing of the water pump system, replacement lights, replacement of some of the wood panels on the wall that are getting that might be rotten. So that is not a large amount, but one that we can handle.
And final question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an overall policy question based on the impacts and that are in your volume 2. What I see is that there is an attempt by your ministry to make government more effective through your different programs. But what monitoring and evaluation, what do you have in place to see whether all of those all of those things that you're doing are actually having a positive impact on the government and the policies and the implementation of those policies in those various departments as well?
Minister?
It may not be as programmatized as it should be, but in terms of representation of people, if we approach agencies representing cases, people complain, long lines, long this, no response, and or they've applied for this a long time ago and they didn't get it and they want to know, and we try to represent them to try to find answers for them. And when we find that institutions have been delinquent, that we try to say to them they have to improve. They cannot go on like this. We have times when we write agencies that we phone and we can't get through on any line. Nobody answers, and so we then write a letter and raise it with them that this is not the right way for us to serve our people. And so it is not as yet, it's not as yet as what you call institutionalized, where you have an institutional or format in which to deal with it. But we also have two other bodies which will come through in program 2 and 3 that deal with program 3, the National Mechanism for Reporting and Follow-up, and the National Coordinating Committee to do with anti-corruption. These two bodies have representatives of government agencies on them, and that we bring to them we have to prepare reports, we have to prepare updates, and this is where the discussion takes place, many times with these focal points appointed by the ministers as to what is or is not going on right in some of the places, where there are weaknesses they need to address, etc. And a lot of it has to do with access to services and goods.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I can turn the honorable member attention to line item 6265, order transport, travel, and postage. Honorable member, I note last year we approved 6.2 million, but you would have expended less than what was approved, some 665,000. But this year, 2025, I recognize you're requesting the very sum that you sought last year. So can you provide an explanation, one, why spent less last year, and secondly, why you're seeking the same amount as you sought last year? And perhaps you can say what this 6.2 million will be utilized for in 2025.
One of the problems we had last year is that we didn't have a DPS. Our DPS resigned and we didn't have one for quite a number of months. So that slowed down the execution of our projects. We're a small ministry with a DPS, and therefore a number of our current and capital got delayed until we were able to find a new DPS. So that was one of, in general for the programs. The second issue was that in terms of visits to the interior in particular, other was for travel both in the interior and along the coast. And regrettably, part of it was my fault. I wasn't as well as I should be, and therefore was not as able to go out into some of the areas I went to before. However, members of staff were able to try to keep some of our field work going, particularly in Upper Mass and Middle Mass.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess it will be the same explanation for line item 6261, local travel and subsistence, where we approved 3 million. You expended less, and now you're seeking the very sum like last year. So I guess the explanation remains as is.
6261.
Thanks.
So you asked and answered. Thank you.
Yes. There was a decline in the number of field visits, yes.
Honourable members, can I now put a question that the sum stated for program 61, current expenditures, stand part of the estimates? Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated for program 61, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Program 62 on pages 74 and 75. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 62, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Gita Chanda, and honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 62, Parliamentary Affairs, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Turn to pages 76 and 77. And I propose the question of the sum stated for program 63, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Gita Chanda Edmund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Minister, at page 62, volume 2, it is stated that you intend to bring Guyana into compliance with its international treaty reporting obligations. My question is twofold. Can you indicate which treaties there is full reporting compliance? And the second question is the treaties that we are yet to satisfy reporting compliance.
Minister.
Impacts and strategies. These are ongoing issues. There's no end limit to when you will bring all of Guyana's things into compliance. Year by year, new ones are added on. New deadlines are added on based on the schedules from the United Nations. And so this is an objective which we're working towards, bringing treaty bodies up to, treaty obligations up to standard, up to compliance. And you know, last year, the one was featured in the media here, the ICCPR, we are up to date with that, the fourth report. The Universal Periodic Report, we are due to appear in May before the UN Human Rights body. Our report was submitted in January in keeping with the deadline. So we're in order for that in terms of our submission of our report, and that we wait the review by the working group and the UN Human Rights Council in May, early May. Our US State Department reports, which is another treaty obligation we have, in terms of tips, worst forms of child labor, religious tolerance, and human rights, those are in order as well. OAS reports, the Mississippi, the women ones, those are up to date. We did the Montevideo National Report, which was up to date. The OAS reports relate to the ICHR and the number of petitions that are sent to us. We have been answering those ICHR petitions as well as the UN petitions and precautionary measures on Guyana. So it's an ongoing one. We have reports that we have drafted and trying to get out of the way as quickly as possible, some of which are overdue. One was the rights of the child, and one is the social, economic, social, and cultural rights. That's a covenant, and the one on children. And we have, in terms of our anti-corruption, we're up to date with the MESASIC, which is the mechanism to implement the convention, Inter-American Convention Against Corruption, and we reported on our sixth cycle in 2024. We're up to date. Our report was adopted. We were well received on that, and we have submitted in 2023 our second self-assessment on the UN Convention Against Corruption, and we have been recently told that the UN ODC will be bringing in the peer review team to do the in situ visit in this year, most likely March. So we are up to date in quite a number. We have some that we're not up to date. We're trying to catch up with.
Thank you, Minister.
Women and gender is up to date, for example, but their cycle begins soon again.
Honorable Member, Ms. Hughes.
Minister, could you disaggregate 6284?
What's that?
6284.
6284, it was 44 million. It's gone down to 23 million. This is our anti-corruption conference, human rights conference, national mechanism for reporting and follow-up. This is the body that was set up in 2021 to help us to have an interagency collaboration in terms of treaty reporting, treaty monitoring, and looking at evaluating progress that has not made, and to look at where the gaps are, and to also advise Cabinet in a timely manner what recommendations are outstanding, which ones Cabinet can examine and give guidance on a policy. Regional conference, regional governance conference project. This is where we have persons we've hired to help us be the community links in Region 7 and in situ visits on the coast. So we have, that's where the $23 million goes for. So we have a number of conferences. We had one last year on public sector and ethics and responsible I've just gone blank. In terms of public sector integrity, that was held as a one-off workshop roundtable with permanent secretaries and regional executive officers, for example. Human rights conference, again, has to do with some of the issues that we're dealing with in our assessments. So we've had different meetings to do with preparation for the Universal Periodic Report in November with civil society, for example.
Thank you, Minister.
And
Honorable Member, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you. Lastly, 6302, who are the beneficiaries of this training?
Yeah, this is in the end of 2023, we kind of realized that people talked a lot about human rights, but they really weren't clear, and they weren't clear on some of the conventions and even our own constitution. So we worked and designed a program called the International Human Rights Law Certificate course, which was to be virtual because to make it, accessible, and to also approach UN bodies, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, as well as to look for local experts in Guyana who could teach the course. It was meant to be online, the afternoons from 6 to 8 o'clock, twice a week, and to have Guyanese experts on it as well as foreign. When we advertised, when we planned this thing, we thought it was only going to be for maybe 40 people. We think, a lot of people. When we advertised it on Facebook, we got 1,000 hits of people who wanted to come on board in it. We brought in 200 and from across Guyana, private, public, majority were female, not surprising, of course, and that we had people from various parts of the regions, as well as the public sector, private sector, and civil society. And out of that, 162 graduated from the program, and we are trying to institute that as every year on an annual basis. And in fact, people who did not get on the last program are reminding us they're waiting to get on this program. So we were quite, I think, overwhelmed that we didn't expect that. We really didn't, and the Guyanese experts did as well. So when we think sometimes that we don't have the capacity, we actually do, and as well as and young Guyanese as well. And then the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights gave us persons who are in their regional offices, Latin America, Caribbean, and so the cost of the program was actually quite cheap. It was virtual, and we didn't have to pay to bring anybody here. And basically, it was our graduation and materials that cost the most, and that wasn't a lot of money. It's actually a cheap program.
Thank
So
you,
we'd like to
Minister.
extend it for this year. We also have under that, sorry, got a bit carried away. Training, we've done training for the National Mechanism for Reporting and Follow-up, as well as for public officials. So we've done some training with public officials with the UPR and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities too, because we have to report on that, I think, in the next year. And that's about 1.2. The anti-corruption workshops for public officials and private sector, that will continue to 2.6. And this year, my staff have come up with the idea. This is not my idea, it's theirs. And we're going to try it. And that is sensitized sessions on human rights in secondary schools. So we're going to select some schools, because again, we're a small ministry, to look at, select some schools and to experiment with dealing with some of the human rights issues in the schools. And so this is a pilot that we're going to start.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 63, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please let us turn to page 490.
Yeah.
And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 61, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, 2512200, can you indicate what type of equipment is catered here? I know offices have to be fully furnished, so I'm not particularly interested in the furniture. I'm just interested in the equipment that will assist in terms of efficiency.
We have 200,000 for the server room for the ministry. We have tried to make sure that that we are going electronic, that our documents are safe, and our capacity to have internet at a high speed and secure. We have things like fireproof safe, laptops with docking stations, those are 3, monitors 4, Wi-Fi access points 2, because we have to make sure that we're always online, filing cabinets, tablets. This is an intervention with children who do well in the regions at common entrance. Microwave security cameras, this is to expand our exterior camera and one interior camera. Weatherproof table and chairs, we have a little eating area for the staff and we need to put some furniture in there. Office chair, multiple handset, cordless landline. So it's just a small amount, but these are all things that can help us to function better. Every year we're able to buy some more and be able to function better.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 61, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please let us consider program 63, governance, capital expenditure, and I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 63, capital, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Minister and your staff, for taking us through your agency, but in particular to you and your meticulous staff for working with us and all the constitutional agencies for the past 5 months to get these budgets prepared,
Yeah.
submitted, and
Yeah.
defended here.
Thank you very much,
very much, you and your staff.
Mr. Chairperson and the members of the House. I'm very proud of the team of people I work with, both within my ministry, as you see, they're all young people, as well as members of the other bodies I had to report on. And so the earlier period we dealt with these constitutional bodies, we dealt with $18.9 billion, which increase, when you're looking at the constitutional body, you don't realize the total is 18.9 billion for two major areas in terms of our branches of government, Parliament and the judiciary, whereas you saw those two, particularly judiciary, and then of course the third area which is important in constitution, and that's GCOM, and that you asked all important questions. The questions were not frivolous. I think that we're honing our skills in terms of questioning, and I think that I need to recognize that as well, and to thank you, and to make sure that we get really out of it. I think that there's some areas I'm surprised you didn't ask questions about, but I won't trouble you about that. But Mr. Speaker, you want me to tell you the areas? They were there in your face. But anyway, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman and the staff, thank you very much for accommodating us, and for the members of Parliament, thank you very much. It's our pleasure to serve.
Thank you very much, Minister and team. Yes, it was a very long day. Honorable members, let us invite the Honorable Prime Minister and his team to take us through his agency, Agency 2. As of now, we have... No, we're not going to take a break. We've canceled the small break. That's the 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock break, and we'll take a break after the Prime Minister. Only 2 breaks we take, as we had agreed during the discussions prior. Yeah, we'll break after the Prime Minister. Oh, the time saved was 27 minutes, and we had 7 before, so we're now at 34. That concords with what you have? In total? Yeah. Go ahead, Minister. Can't hear. Yes, yes, PM could use the other side. PM, you can use the station to the right. PM, the ladies want you closer to them. You're speaking by the Honorable Kwame Mkoy? Not at all. PM is competent to defend his ministry. But I see things look very brown with GPL and Ghana and the Genji agency. They're browning out. PM, do you need a 5-minute suspension? Okay. You can use on the right, PM. PS King on the right. Yes.
We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, This is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no dream. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one garage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one garage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one garage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one garage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo. Take time on it, though we may criticize it. This is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no dream. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one garage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one garage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when I it. Though we may criticize it, this is our own, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a bit of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when I it. Though we may criticize it, this is our own, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo. Take time on it, though we may criticize it. This is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo. Take time on it, though we may criticize it. This is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, take time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, take time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree.
Honorable members, please be seated. Let us invite, the House will resolve itself into Committee of Supply. Let us invite the Honorable Prime Minister and his staff to take us through Agency 2, Office of the Prime Minister. Honorable members, please turn to pages 52 and 53. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 21, Prime Minister's Secretariat, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Lewis. Sorry, Karen Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6284 on the other. I've noticed, PM, Honorable Member, that 2024, the revised number here was just 130,965. But for 2025, there's a whopping increase of approximately 155 million. So could you say what's constitute that increase, and maybe you can disaggregate, what
Honorable Prime
make up
Minister.
this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question, Honorable Member of the House. The increase is related to the expenditures, and I can disaggregate it quickly here for you. Increased allocation will cater for an advisor on ICT, $39.6 million, hire of consultants for the support request for proposals, phase 2, gas to energy project, $64.6 million, request for proposal, operations and management of gas to energy phase 1 natural gas liquids plant, $96 million, advisor consultant to the Honorable Prime Minister, $42.5 million, annual subscription for human resources management system, $1.5 million, payment for advisor consultant to the Office of the Prime Minister, purchase of items, authentic software, $4.5 million, hard drives, $800,000, stipend for MTB members, items for the official residence and Office of the Prime Minister, $9.7 million, procurement of flags, labels, etc., $3 million, procurement of t-shirts, caps, etc., $6.1 million, matrimony related activities, $15.2 million. And that gives us a total of $285 million.
Thank you, PM. Honorable members, I now Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, sir, advisors, so you said you have two sets of advisors. Sir, the advisors to the PM for $2 million, sir. So can you say who or what agency is advising such a special forces man as you just mentioned?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Honourable Member, your question is in relation to advisor for what is the sum?
Sir, you said there's advisor to the Prime Minister for $42 million.
Oh.
And then you said there's another advisor for, I think,
ICT advisor to the is $39.6 million. And the advisor consultant to the Honorable Prime Minister, $42.5 million.
Right, and that's correct, sir. I know the amount. I was asking who or what firms are these advisors that has to advise you?
No, we mentioned this already. Well, the advisor for the $42.5 million is, we put aside that money there because it's to be advised for the design of the gas to energy procurement process.
Sir, so Mr. PM, you also mentioned, I didn't get the amount early on, that you have a gas assure advisor early on the gas assure when you were when you were.
Our Prime Minister.
I did mention earlier hire of consultants for the support of the request for proposals, phase 2, gas to energy project, $64.6 million. Request for proposal, operations and management of gas to energy phase 1, natural gas liquid, $96 million. Advisor consultant to the Honorable Prime Minister, $42.5 million.
Right, sir. So you have two sets of advisors for phase 2, gas to energy program.
Two different consultancies related to phase 2, yes.
Can you enlighten the House the difference that specific to what are these, the one for 42 and the one for 64, as well as we're on, right, and the company.
We have advisors, and I hope I can take this opportunity to decomplex this whole issue. The operations of phase 1, we have advisors for that. And with regards to phase 2, we have the natural gas liquids advising that in that regard, and for the whole other aspects of phase 2. So 3 sets of advisors.
Sir, thank you very much. For the first set of advisors, can you be specific? $96 million phase 1, I assume they're hired. Sir, can you enlighten the House? Who are they and what they're being repaired?
Mr. Chairman, we will lay over all the list of all the advisors to the House.
Thank you, PM.
Mr. Chair, can I remind the House that this is on the, how many times the Prime Minister has yet to lay over any of the documents that he is committed to lay over? Can I remind the House? So through you, sir, the last time in November, sir, he said 2 days to lay over the $400 million which he had allocated. Is there, through you, sir?
Okay, just let me give some clarification. Laying over means he submits it to the House.
Correct, sir, correct.
Tabling is another story, right? So let's check with the clerk to ensure that the statement you're making is accurate.
Thank you.
Before we do, right? So check with him first. Honorable Prime Minister.
Sir, are you advising me, sir? I thought you would have checked.
Mr. Chairman, I rather suspect I'm aware of the issue being raised by the honorable member, and I have that information here to be laid over to the clerk. Kindly excuse my tardiness. I would have liked to do it early this morning, but I will do it at the end of this examination.
Prime Minister,
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Prime Minister, actually the standing orders do say when you make the statements and refer, you should lay it over after, right? Be ready to lay it over just after. You don't know, you don't know if it was laid over. Did you check with the clerk? Mr. Jordan, did you check with the clerk? Please, please. This is the competent authority to pronounce, not you. Go ahead, Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
No, sir.
That's it?
If he's laying it over, sir,
yes.
Me and the rest of the Assembly and the rest of the country will wait with a bated breath to see if it is laid over.
So, honorable members, I now put a question. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, if I can turn his attention to line item 6242, maintenance of buildings. For last year, the House approved $9.5 million. Then there's a revised sum of $37,239,000. So, and I recognize that for 2025, you're seeking $11.9 million. So, can you explain the reason for the revised figure in 2024, right? And also, I noticed I wouldn't say a decrease, but more like an increase, a small marginal increase of what you got last year by this house, when this house made the approval, and which buildings are to be maintained. Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess by now all the members know that the Prime Minister has the privilege of working in one of the oldest buildings in Georgetown and living in equally one of the oldest buildings in Georgetown. And I guess it's not a bad treatment. It's an honor to live in those two buildings and to work from one and live in one, but they are both listed as heritage buildings, and the honorable members can at any time with short notice be invited to tour the two buildings and get a sense of what it is to be in those buildings. However, you would appreciate that they were part of the wooden architecture of Georgetown, and tremendous maintenance is required, and it's better to do it on a regular basis, on an annual basis. And while we would have asked for a certain amount of money in 2024, by the time we use up that money, we recognize that we would have needed more money to continue the maintenance that was started in 2024 with the voted provision, and that's why we had the supplementary provision. It means this year we will spend less on those buildings, and that's why we asked for the sum stated there.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Honourable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 21, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, please turn to pages 54 and 55, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 22, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, line item 6294, other. And I recognize that the Office of the Prime Minister is requesting 40.45 billion Ghana dollars. And I note last year you came for a supplementary, of $30.5 billion. And I remember your explanation was to pay the first tranche of the 100,000 cash grant. And based on my calculation, the sum that was approved in November, would have catered for some 305,000 Guyanese. And based on the report coming out from the Minister of Finance, he said that 90,000 checks were cut, right? So therefore, my calculation is that $9-point-something billion would have been expended just before the 31st of December 2024, leaving us with some $21.5 billion to play with. You, like many of us in this house, are aware that many Guyanese who would have registered, where it's 400,000, many of them have not received their cash grant. So can you explain the reason why 305,000 Guyanese were unable to receive their cash grant as of 31st of December 2024? And now that you're seeking $40.4 billion, perhaps you can give us a breakdown of what this $40.45 billion represents.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I'd like to commend the staff of the Ministry of Finance and the other ministries who are involved in this process. And you know the process involves registration, and the actual payment of the cash grant. And in less than 2.5 months, and I hope the member can make a note when I speak here, we have paid 121,000 Guyanese their cash grant. And let us add to that, we have 300,000 checks that were cut. So do the math. Do the math. We cut 300,000 checks and we already paid out 121. And this is a process that is ongoing, both the registration and the payment. And basically we are in every region of Guyana. There's a schedule out where we advertise before we go, sensitizing people. We're working with all the ministries that are doing similar payout, for example, like the old age pension, etc. So when people congregate to collect one, they can either register or collect their cash grant too. So the feedback from the people is very positive. They're receiving their money and they're very thankful to the government. They're very thankful to the government. And I'm quite certain that all the members in this house would have either registered or already collected their $100,000. You know, and it has nothing to do with Freedom House. Freedom House may just... No. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to to and fro with any of the members, but our ministers, our members of Parliament are all over the place. A perfect example of boots on the ground. They are on the ground and they're giving us real-time feedback as to what is happening out there. The people of Guyana are thankful for their 100,000. Okay? And we will continue, Mr. Speaker. We will continue the money in this year budget. We will continue, and we envisage that some 600,000 Guyanese will receive their payment. The money is there, and the attitude to ensure that people of Guyana receive that money in the shortest possible time is there among the workers. Let us commend our workers again, the foot soldiers who are paying the people.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you very, very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members,
Chairman.
I now put a question in the
Mr. Chairman.
stated for our program.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, if persons will keep it down quiet, I'm having difficulty, yeah. Just raise your mic up a bit so I can see the, yeah, okay, good. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, sir. We support the distribution of the cash grant, and I trust you got yours because I remember the last time you said...
I got it delivered here.
Okay, yes. Very good, sir. We support the delivery of the cash grant. Sir, from this sum of 40.450 billion, that is a request, may I ask the Honorable Minister, for 30 billion towards the cash grant.
Mr. Chairman, to answer the Honorable, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A follow-up again. So that would mean, sir, based on this figure that we have here in this budget, that as of the 31st of December 2024, 30 billion would have already been expended based on what is reflected here. Because according to the FMAA, the Financial Management and Accountability Act, Part 6, Section 43, all sums of monies that, even if the checks are cut, by law, all sums of money, even if there's a check, ought to be returned to the consolidated fund. So may I ask the Honorable Prime Minister, why is it that the 184,000 checks that were cut, given that he said 305, I think, were cut, of which 121,000 were distributed, why the 184,000 checks were not returned to the consolidated fund so that the right figure can be reflected in the expenditure of 2024, and then you start the next financial year the correct way in keeping with law, sir. It is already
Prime
delayed.
Minister.
Nobody's getting it. Nobody's getting it. What is the check doing in his hands?
Mr. Speaker, with my limited knowledge of the financial regulations of Guyana, those checks were already cut, and they have the name of the payee there. They are stored, and they will be paid out. And it has 6 months before those checks become stale date.
Sir, thank you very
Honourable
much.
Prime Minister. Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, given this law, this FMAA was passed in this National Assembly, and complying with the law, there should be no other action should be seen above that. That's the law. And sir, would the Honourable Minister consider himself violating this Financial Management and Accountability Act by having all of those checks in his possession?
I personally am at a loss because I don't know the law. And we can always have an aside with the Attorney General, who's the advisor to the government on legal issues.
Sir, I can quote the law.
But you just made a definitive statement that it violated. That's your opinion. Okay?
Sir, okay.
So, please.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Section 43 of the FMAA states, except as otherwise provided in this Act or in any other law, at the end of each fiscal year, any unexpended balance of public monies issued out of the consolidated fund shall be returned and surrendered to the consolidated fund. Sir, the Prime Minister
just
is
one
saying
second.
to us,
Please, let's just 1 second. I am not a lawyer. I don't argue the law, but I've spent over 30 years making laws in this house. Right? Unexpended. As far as I'm concerned, if an invoice is received, an expense is raised, and a check is cut in terms of payment, it's expended. Am I wrong, AG? So, let's move on.
sir, may I just
Let's
have a
move on,
follow-up?
please, and
Thank
we can
you.
resolve that elsewhere.
Thank you. I want
Go
to-
ahead.
May I say to you, sir, that
Go ahead.
I am serving on the Constitution Reform Commission, and a check was cut in my name from the Ministry of Legal Affairs for my stipend. I was unable to collect that check, even though it was cut in my name, by the 31st of December. Sir, the Permanent Secretary returned it to the Consol Fund, and I have to wait now for the process to bring it back to me. That is the practice at the Public Accounts Committee that we stress on as PAC members. Honorable Teixeira, Honorable Edgil, Honorable Datadin, Honorable, and the other two members. We stress
Please don't
on
put my name in something that is not accurate. Please don't do it.
Sir, we stress on the sum.
Honorable members, honorable member, we're dealing with an allocation of $40 billion for expenses for 2024. And I ask that the question relate to the expensing of this $40 billion.
Sir, may I ask the Honorable Prime Minister, when does he envisage the completion of the distribution of this total of $60 billion for this cash grant, and if he foresee another cash grant happening before November of 2025?
Well, if he foresees or if another cash grant is contained.
Or if another cash grant is contained. Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will restrict my answer to what is in the estimates.
Perfectly correct.
We will endeavor to pay out the remainder of money in the shortest possible time.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister 6292, Dietary. We've got a pretty large increase there, and I'm wondering how you explain it, if there's something specific that you anticipate will happen or will occur.
Honorable Prime Minister.
6292, and it's gone from 279 672 million to 470.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for the question, honorable member. As you know, under this line item, under disaster preparedness, we prepare food hampers mainly, and distribute it to affected individuals in the different communities throughout the length and breadth of Guyana. So while you may not have seen a lot of rain, people are still affected out there, all right? The extreme weather, the dry weather, is affecting food security in many parts of Guyana, and it's not being reported. So that is why we have this increase in expenditure, because judging from what happened in 2024, we have to make provision for a continuation of an extended dry weather in 2025. So if I can read out what is written here, the increase caters for food hamper distribution, anticipating the frequency and intensity of impacts in all administrative regions. The allocation caters to the provision of 23,500 relief food hampers for the distribution to vulnerable communities and residents across the region.
So, Prime Minister,
after
honorable member Hughes, allow him to finish.
After hazard impacts, including droughts, floods, wildfires, in 2024, 15,000 hampers were procured and distributed. There was a shortfall of 4,000 hampers, which was catered for by supplementary provision. And I want to add that in 2024, we literally had to purchase cassava from the coast and distribute it to affected communities in the hinterland, both during the dry season and both during the rainy season. During the rainy season, because of root rot, right, food security become compromised. During the dry season, because of slow development or undeveloped root crop, it becomes compromised too. So we literally had to be purchasing foodstuff and distribute to all those affected communities.
Thank you, PM. Member Hughes.
Sir.
Honorable Member Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm going back to 6294. Through you, Mr. Chair, could the Prime Minister say, through you, sir, could the Prime Minister say how persons that did not receive, there are two questions I'm going to ask in one. How persons that did not receive their cash grant as yet, persons that missed the distribution dates, how can they access those within the regions? And more importantly, given the chaos that persons experience in the distribution process, is there going to be a revised distribution system for 2025? For example, putting the monies into the public servants' bank account, etc.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regards to your last question, there's an increase in the number of distribution points and inside communities. So that itself, we have seen has positively impacted on the distribution in the sense that less people have to congregate at any one point to collect their cash grant. That has been working well. We're using schools, we're using community centers, we're involving staff from other ministries. So it's more or less like a whole of government approach to ensure that the cash grant moving forward is distributed in a faster manner, more efficient manner, and less chaos, as you call it. I mean, Guyanese are excited to get this money. This never happened before in Guyana. So, no, it is taxpayers' money. It is. Don't, Mr. Chairman, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It is taxpayers' money. It is taxpayers' money, but a government with the mandate, properly elected in any country, will determine how the taxpayers' money are utilized. All I'm saying, this is history making, because you have a government 2020 to 2024 and onwards to 2025, and who knows onwards, has already made several decisions that has resulted positively in money going into the pockets of every Guyanese from every walk of life. Whether you're a millionaire, a billionaire, or an ordinary Guyanese, you are entitled to the money just from the mere fact of being Guyanese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, follow up on that. And I am agreeing with, first of all, I have to agree with the Prime Minister. This is the first time this has ever happened. And I'm agreeing with him, and I'll further say that this is the first time the Parliament of Guyana is approving a budgetary allocation of $1.3 trillion based on oil resources. So we expect to see a lot of firsts, particularly given to the people. Sir, when it comes to the distribution, Honorable Prime Minister, we have had difficulties within communities because it is a requirement, and please advise me if it is still a requirement for an audit office representative to be present before the monies could be, in order for the monies to be dispersed at the various locations, because that has been a hindrance, because the audit office does not have the capacity to send persons throughout the country at the same time. So is there any other system that is in place right now to remedy that hindrance?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is raising an important issue. That is a requirement in keeping with the financial laws of Guyana. We cannot budge. However, seeing that you raised the issue, we will endeavor to improve and ensure that the audit representatives are there in ample or adequate numbers to ensure that the process continues.
And finally, Mr. Chair,
Go
through
ahead.
you, pensioners and the remaining persons, remaining public servants, remaining pensioners that is expected to receive in 2025, has the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance considered having those monies dispersed when the pensioners are collecting their pensions and when the public servants are collecting their salaries? Has that been considered, and is that a direction that they're moving in with 2025 distribution?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, everything that the honorable member mentioned has already been done. And we will continue to do that. And if there are any more suggestions you want to make, feel free to text me or call me, and I will ensure that we implement those suggestions to improve something that is already going good for the whole of Guyana.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, and I thank you for taking the recommendations that was made by my colleague Amanza Walton Desir when we questioned last November. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Mr. Chair.
Chief Whip.
Yeah, just
Honorable
a quick...
Prime Minister first. No? Chief Whip?
No, I just wanted to, Mr. Chairman, just to
yes, I was
endorse
giving
the
you floor
member
to
and
comment.
Comments and say we're thankful, we're always amenable to positive contributions from the members on the opposite side of the House.
Thank you, PM. Chief Whip?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, to PM, just for clarity, based on the question, the last question that was asked by Ms. Fernandez, you're saying that as it relates to public servants and pensioners, that one, at the place where the pensioners receive their pension, they will have an opportunity to collect their cash grant there. And as it relates to public servants, those monies will appear in their salary? Because that's essentially what you just confirmed to, based on what she asked.
Honorable Prime Minister, seems we are in different places.
Mr. Chairman, if the honorable member recall, when we paid the public servants, the money was paid at the place of work. They signed and they receive a check. I myself sign and receive a check. If you're talking about incorporating it into their pay packet, that is something that has not been done as yet, but every suggestion is on the table for consideration. This is not for me to tell you yes or give you a commitment now, but as we seek to improve the system, we will take on board all positive suggestions. All positive suggestions. With regards to the pensions, we already are being registering pensioners at the place where they collect the pension. So in terms of the paying out there when it becomes available, I don't see a problem with that. Anything to make it better, we're ready to take all these suggestions on board.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Chairman, for persons who registered during the registration period and may have had to leave the jurisdiction for one or another reason, can they submit an authorization along with their identification card to pick up their cash grant once the check is printed and available at a location, and they may not be able to do so.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, let not the pensioner be worried. The check is there. Whenever they return to the jurisdiction, they can collect their check.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, thank you. That service of submitting an authorization along with the ID card of a person was extended to us here in the National Assembly. We could have, as MPs, submit an authorization along with the ID card of the person we are collecting on behalf, and the check is given. Can the Honorable Prime Minister guarantee the citizen that that service will also be extended to them?
The Prime Minister answered. Honorable Prime Minister, you have another crack at it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
there's no follow-up. We have regulations, and we will follow the regulations.
Thank you very much, PM. Honorable Member, Ms. Fernandez, you wanted to follow up?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The Honorable Prime Minister just indicated that public servants receive their checks at the place of work. And I just want the Honorable Prime Minister to indicate to me in which regions he's speaking about, because I can tell him in Region 7 that did not happen, and in Region 4 that did not happen either. So if the Honorable Prime Minister can indicate to me where that happened, that will be nice, because he is misinforming the House, sir.
Honorable Member, Ms. Fernandez, you have just accused the Prime Minister of misinforming the House. Please, one ought to be able to show that office greater respect. I won't allow it. Prime Minister,
Mr. Chairman,
the honorable member is saying, is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is confused, first of all.
Thank you.
And I owe her a responsibility of clearing up that confusion. If you recall, the first set of people to register were the public servants. Many of them registered at their place of work, and therefore, when the checks became available, it was paid at their place of work. Listen to me, I received my check at the office of the Prime Minister. All the staff working for the Prime Minister, Mr. Chairman, received their check at the office of the Prime Minister. Nothing stop a public servant, just listen and learn. Nothing stop a public servant who's home on time off from going and register in somewhere in his district where he lives. When the check become available, he receives his check there. But a provision was made for public servants to register where they were working. And therefore they got the check there. So you had a mix to come and tell the House that public servants did not receive check at the place of work is inaccurate. There's a mix of people who receive check at the place of work from the simple fact that they registered at the place of work. Ministry of Health, Office of the Prime Minister, why are we doing this to ourselves? Do you need photographs, Facebook posts to clarify this matter?
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, anything that goes good with this government does not lie well with the opposition. And again, I will take the opportunity to thank the hard-working public servants who made it possible for us to pay out 121,000 checks and to have the remainder cut and being paid out as we speak.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson. Honorable Members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 22, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I ask you to turn to pages 56 and 57, power generation. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 23, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. I again propose the question that the sum stated for Program 23, power generation, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Sir 6321, subsidies to local organizations. And of course, we go to the Guyana Power and Light Inc. $18 billion is being requested this year. Sir, can the Prime Minister please disaggregate the 18 billion, sir?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Justification of 18 billion funding of current expenditure for 2025. And I request that I read out everything here instead of giving a short answer to the honorable member, in the interest of understanding, clearer understanding by the honorable member. And I read, at the current fuel price of approximately US $104 a barrel, GPL can procure 1,657,371 barrels of the fuel at the current customer tariff without any increase in customer rates. However, and this is important that you listen carefully to this part, however, GPL needs 2,462,380 barrels of fuel to meet its generation requirements. GPL needs funding to procure, therefore, an additional 805,009 barrels of fuel at approximately $104 per barrel. This equates to 18 billion Guyana dollars, with the exchange rate being 215. GPL is projected to utilize the 2,462,380 barrels of fuel in 2025 at an average weighted cost of $104 per barrel. The break-even cost that the company can sustain is $70 per barrel, given the current tariff structure charged to our customers. The company requires a difference of $34 per barrel to maintain its operation. And Mr. Speaker, I need to add some additional information in the sense that we have not increased the rate of electricity for the household and for any of the consumers from the time we have taken office. Notwithstanding the shocks that would have seen fuel price going through the roof on many occasions and other issues suffered by GPL, our people today, January 2025, is paying the same rate that they were paying for electricity pre-COVID in Guyana. The point is, you have a government that did not increase electricity rates in 5 years.
Thank you very much, Honorable
And
Prime
we took off VAT. We took off VAT from old age pensioners and all those people who before were not paying. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal, if you want to engage in a shouting match, you'll have to do it outside. And if you can't do it voluntarily, we can ask you to do it by a motion from the House. Honorable Member Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, under the same line item 6321, may I turn the Honorable Prime Minister's attention to page 468? Guyana Energy Agency. Could the Honorable Prime Minister kindly say when we will see the reports for 2016 through 2023 for this agency laid in the National Assembly?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, that was already laid in the House at the last sitting. Yeah.
Could the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Chair, through you, follow up?
Go ahead.
Kindly say when was the last report laid?
Mr. Chairman, the report for the year 2022 was laid in the House.
We can check the records and clarify. And in fact, Mr. Patterson, on the 15th of January of this year, the PM had complied with tabling the information, and
Sir, that
I was so informed by our staff.
Please, sir, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I don't want to interrupt my meeting. The PM had several questions, including the contracts with the gas ashore and these things. Sir, what he laid on the 16th of January was disaggregation of the money that he
But he answered some of the others in terms of what he can do and
sir,
what he can.
can I refer you back to the answer that I went through them?
Please do.
I went through them, sir, and he apologized for not laying them here, sir.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence?
Thank you,
We
Mr.
have
Chair.
the report from the Prime Minister that up to 2022, reports from that agency was tabled or were tabled.
Mr. Chair, through you to the Honorable Prime Minister, could the Honorable Prime Minister tell this House what is being done to assist the other agencies, that's the Hinterland Electrification Company, Inc., Let Power, right through to the Port Kaituma Power and Light Company, all of those agencies. What is being done to assist them so that they can be able to get their financials up to date and lay them with the Auditor General? I refer you to the Auditor General's 2023 report.
Honorable Prime Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for raising the issue and the question, Honorable Member. We have since appointed some special auditors to travel to each of those utilities and do the work, the audit work, to bring them up to speed with the requirements for the submission to this House.
Thank you, PM. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Yes. Thank you, sir. I'm back to GPL, sir. Line item on page 468. Right. The Honorable Prime Minister has given us a number there, which I can't. Can the Honorable Prime Minister say to this House or GPL, sir, in the anticipation of fuel required, how much fuel will be for Power Ship 1, Power Ship 2, and Columbia 27 sets? In addition to this, sir, the Honorable Prime Minister, when this agency came here before, indicated to us that there are other costs other than fuel, and that's outstanding, because he promised to do that, sir. And you're nodding, so you understand that's outstanding. And that they have to pay transportation and they have to pay other auxiliary costs. where is that catered for? Because all the Prime Minister stated this $18 billion goes towards fuel. So a four-part question.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair, I will lay the information over. The honorable member is asking for a lot of information there, and it's better for me to lay it over.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. Can the Honorable Prime Minister say of this $18 billion, sir, transmission and distribution? So the Honorable Prime Minister is on record by saying, telling this House, whenever there is a blackout, all you have to do is connect two wires. He's on record by saying that you have back power. Can he say if any of this $18 billion is there for connection of two wires so we don't have any blackouts?
Prime Minister, please. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, a gaffe in the House should not be formalized at this stage. That was not officially mentioned in this House. If I can recall, there was a break and there was a lot of discussion across the House. So that should not be formalized. Mr. Speaker, what should be formalized and accurately reported on is the state of the transmission and distribution system that we inherited when we assumed office on the 2nd of October 2020. That transmission system is being maintained and improved from then to now. That is an ongoing, and it's been modernized too, in preparation for the evacuation of the current from the gas to energy project. So what we're doing like with everything else in Guyana, first there was a rescue operation, and then putting everything on a sound development trajectory, and this is year 5 of it.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank
Member
you.
Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That seemed to evoke a lot of comments from this side. Sir, can I ask the Prime Minister, maintenance is ongoing, is it anything contained here? And I asked about the transportation for the fuel, and I asked for the other auxiliary costs, which the last time came up to $600 million when he came here before, initially for GPL. He omitted to respond to that.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is fully aware as to how GPL operates. And the simple answer is that within the operating costs budget of GPL, everything that you mentioned there is being funded. What we are funding is the money for the fuel. The movement of the fuel, etc., is funded by the operating costs of the corporation.
Thank you very much. Can the Honorable Prime Minister say what is the current level of loss, line and commercial loss, inherent at the moment?
Honorable Prime Minister.
How much you inherited? It was 28, right? Mr. Chairman, I can recall at the time of becoming Prime Minister, when I asked a similar question to the management of GPL, I was given a figure of 28. And today, I would like to report that it is 24.5.
Mr. Chair,
Member Patterson.
Mr. Chair, and you can check with the Parliament as well. When this question was asked of the Prime Minister, he, in writing, stated that that GPL under our government was saving 450 million Guyana dollars annually because of the reduction. In writing, sir, is he saying that when he said that he was incorrect? It's the record is there in writing at the Parliament.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is being disingenuous here. And I really don't want to get into a back and forth with him. There are many factors that led to that savings, including the drop in fuel prices that they, during their time in government, failed to pass on to the people of Guyana. Those money went as revenues in their pockets.
Mr. Chair, my final question is true to the Parliament and to me, of course, that the Honorable Prime Minister responded to a question saying that the reduction that they inherited saved GPL $450 million. Had zero to do with fuel, zero with the reduction in the losses. And can I ask you, through you, Chair, as you've done before, to ask the Parliament to find the response, and as you've done before, circulate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We will endeavor to fact check and circulate. Honorable Prime Minister, you want to respond?
Mr. Chair, I will subject myself to the fact check as so directed by you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Honorable Prime Minister on the very line item 6321, contributions to local organizations. On page 468, Honorable Member, I note for the National Communications Network, NCN, we had an approved sum. Sorry, sir. Sorry.
Are we getting a repeat of education here? Well, honorable members, I think we have exhausted the questions on the power generation. I now put a question that the sum stated for program 23, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now propose the question that for program 24, current expenditure, that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, Honorable Member Ms. Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Prime Minister, 6242, could you say which building this refers to? 6242, maintenance of buildings. There's a 40 million there.
Give him a chance. He's checking with his staff. Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember this 6242 is related to the maintenance of ICT hubs, and that is throughout the length and breadth of the country where we have ICT hubs.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Member Hughes.
Follow up, that relates to the maintenance of all the hubs, or because some of the hubs you just established. So I'm curious as to where those hubs might be, which ones?
Some of these hubs were constructed about 3 years ago,
I can't
so
hear,
some of
Mr.
them are
Speaker.
subject to maintenance, some minor maintenance of the hubs.
Sorry, I can't hear. Could you
I'm
repeat it,
saying that
please?
some of these hubs were constructed 3 years ago,
Mhm.
2 years ago, and there are some minor things like plumbing works,
So the budget,
some electrical
Honorable
works,
member, give him a chance to answer.
minor repairs to some of the rooms. We talked about lighting already. So that sum will go towards the minor repairs for the hubs throughout the length and breadth of Guyana.
So
It may look
how-
like a large amount, but if you really disaggregate it over
Honorable member,
40
use.
hubs, 40 hubs is not much.
follow up, I was going to ask how many then? How many hubs are you including in there?
At minimum, 40 hubs will be maintained with this money.
40. Thank you. Can I go to 6284?
Yes, you can.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, thank you. Prime Minister, could you disaggregate that amount? Again, we have a huge increase from the previous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For honorable members of the House, the disaggregation of the $277.1 million in our budget under 6284 will cater for operational costs for the digital identity card registry main office and 9 regional offices. Secondly, internet connectivity charges, software license, and finally, industry and innovation program. The money will be utilized under those 4 headings. I can repeat it for you if you want.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Prime Minister. Would you be good enough to tell me the companies that the internet charges are being paid to?
Honorable Prime Minister.
The charges are being paid to NDMA.
Okay. None to the private sector companies. Like, I know in the past we would have paid to Digicel, One, no private sector, just the NDMA.
I'm advised that we purchase in bulk from GT, which is now One Guyana,
Right.
and Digicel.
Okay.
One communication, my correction.
Thank you.
One communication.
That's all right.
Honorable member, Ms.
Thank
Hughes.
you. Thank you, Prime Minister. I wanted to go now to volume 2 and to just ask you to break down in terms of, the years coming from 2020, how many ICT hubs were actually created, opened, coming from 2020 forward to where we are in 2024. And the question associated with that is really in relation to the Hinterland Porn, the ICT Access Project, which should be finished by now.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm happy that the honorable member did ask that question, because I have a little history that perhaps will be placed in one of my future books. When I assumed the appointment of Prime Minister of Guyana, we had about 14 containers parked in a compound. And when I started to inquire about this project, overnight, a building was rented and everything was moved from those containers into that building. And basically, we had months upon months of nothing being done and staff being paid. And we've reached to the stage today where I can report 131 ICT hubs were constructed and equipped and is now functional, mainly as the program or as the project did denote, hinterland, poor, and remote communities of Guyana. The project has been extended to February 2026, and this is deemed as one of the successful projects of such around the hemisphere. And it has been extended so we can complete the 200-odd ICT hubs that was envisioned to be completed under this project.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Follow up. August 14th, 2020 Chronicle will show that when you assumed office, 70 ICT hubs had been created. So therefore, if you're saying from 2020 to now, you're in fact saying that you've created just 56 hubs in the last 4 years. So please, could you clarify? And there are DPI reports that go back to this statement, including the most recent ones. So I'm curious as to how many hubs did you create in 2023?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Chair.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair, what we had was 70 Wi-Fi connections at different locations around Guyana, mainly on the coast, not ICT huts that were constructed as the project signified, hinterland, poor, and remote communities. That's a separate connection. We call it GY Wi-Fi now, Wi-Fi GY. But this project here, with its $17.1 million US, really took off after the 2nd of October 2020.
For the record of the House, I just wanted to be absolutely clear.
I have the
that
information.
I signed.
Honorable,
I thought he'd finished. I thought he'd finished.
Yeah.
You're such a liar.
Yeah, but these are
pot and kettle. I just talking about pot and kettle. I'm not speaking of lid or bottom.
Now we got 1,000.
Go ahead, Honorable Prime Minister. You are on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I have some information here which talks about Wi-Fi connectivity by region, and it talks about 2020, we had 405 Wi-Fi connections, giving you 1 megabytes per second. By 2023, we have increased the connection to 850, and we've expanded the bandwidth from 1 to 5 megabytes per second. And now, at the end of 2024, we've increased the Wi-Fi connections to 1,091, and we've expanded the bandwidth from 5 megabytes per second to 300 plus megabytes per second. It means that in the hinterland communities, our citizens can have their gold scholarship and study from home. Our medical personnel can utilize this for telemedicine. So all in all, working as a whole of government, and you like to talk about the whole of government approach. You know, working as a whole of government approach, this has led to improving the lives and livelihood of the people of Guyana, especially the people in the hinterland. And this is another example of us being able to not only bridge the digital divide, but also bridge the development divide in Guyana.
PM, just your numbers were a bit too announced too fast for me, but see if I get this right. You move from 1 megabyte to 300 megabyte in 5 years.
Correct, Mr. Speaker.
So
1
that's-
megabyte in 2020 to 5 megabytes in 2023, and at the end of 2024, 300 plus megabytes.
So there's 300 times increase
Well,
in bandwidth.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, 300 times increase.
And the connectivity was from 400 to 1,000.
To 1,091.
So that's 2.5 times. Okay. Thank
Fair,
you.
Mrs. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Ms. Hughes.
I wanted, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to go to 6322, subsidies to international organizations. Actually, I can take it from volume 2, Mr. Prime Minister. Is the agency, the telecommunications agency, paying any subscriptions to the international organizations, and which ones?
I was about to ask if it's not contained.
It's actually not listed in the appendix.
No?
Which is why I'm asking.
At present, we're not paying any contributions to any international or regional organizations.
So just for clarification, the International Telecommunications Organization, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and all the Latin American agencies that we work with, are we not paying for any of those?
It is not being paid through the Office of the Prime Minister. As you recall, those are paid through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Right, but the question was, I know those agencies come directly under in terms of the operation and the going to international meetings and that kind of thing. It goes through the telecommunications agency. So that's why I was asking if it is being paid.
To the best of my recollection, and I will get this information and perhaps relate over to you.
Sure.
Whenever these requests comes to the Office of the Prime Minister, we prepare a cabinet paper, it goes to cabinet, and it is directed that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs deals with it.
Right. I didn't actually see it under Foreign Affairs, Finance, or under your ministry. So maybe if you could lay over a listing of the agencies that we are still maintaining.
Honorable Member, you know, there is a standing rule. If there is zero, can't ask a question.
That's why I asked it under this.
Hear me out. Hear me
Under
out.
this.
If there's zero, right, I permitted you to go for an explanation. Prime Minister said, Cabinet memo to Foreign Affairs. You can prosecute that when we come to Foreign Affairs. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 24. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 485, and we're dealing with the capital expenditure on the Agency 2 Office of the Prime Minister. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 21, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that
Sir.
Honorable Member Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, under the Government Information and Communication Services, 6321, a sum of 915,600 and
Mr. Chair?
Program 25, sir.
Mr. Maipol is on the floor.
Yes, sir. Program 25 current. Am I correct?
He didn't put it.
Sorry. That fell at the bottom of my page on the computer. I actually put 21 capital.
Oh, capital.
Yes. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence? We'll come back to that because it fell at the bottom of my page.
No, sir, I was just drawing your attention to that.
Thank you.
Sir, where are you at? Sir, I think everybody's a bit confused now, sir.
Yeah.
We're on capital 021.
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 21 capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. I'll finish the capital and come back to 25 current, right? Because it fell off at the bottom of the page on my computer.
Okay.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 22 capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, Honorable Member Mr. Maipod. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 22 capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We need to get the power generators back with the Prime Minister. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Program 23 capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. You was even before me. Sir, project code 2610600 gas to power project. We've already expended 105.3 billion. This year, we're coming for 51.2 billion. First thing that I will ask the Prime Minister, quite a simple question, sir, what's the completion date of this project? Based on the completion date, easy question, you should have it at the top of your head.
All right, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the honorable member. The 1st of November, the simple cycle will be on stream. For the gas energy project.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Honorable.
Sir, you have 51.184 billion for 2025, sir. First, can you disaggregate that, sir? You're anticipating it to see you have it in front of you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Add these up for me.
Disaggregation, the 36.2 billion natural gas power plant and natural gas liquid plant, Linseka. 1,754,000,000. 46,000. Yeah. Project Management Consultants, Engineers, India Limited. Number 3, Transformers, Cummins Electrical Company Limited, 331,735,230. Transmission lines and substations, Kalpataru Projects International, 4,549,437,478. Supervision, transformers, transmission lines, and substation control centers, Stantec Consulting Inc., Consulting International Limited, 325,238,700. Supply, integration, installation, and commissioning of SCADA, GMS, EMS, OTS, and remote terminal units, Open Systems International Incorporated, 958,400,000. Consulting and engineering services for the integration of Guyana National Control Center, GNCC, SCADA, EMS, GMS by DBAR, and the sum there is 67,179,478. Engineering, procurement, and construction services for the construction of a building for the Guyana National Control Center, Power China International Group Limited, 554,326,457. Consultancy services for construction of a building for the Guyana National Control Center, GNCC, Green Soul Engineering, 38,989,125. And Dispute Avoidance and Adjudication Board, 74,007,280. Land acquisition, 33 million. Relocation of subsea cable, 6,255,000,000. And that gave us 6,255,000,000, and that gives us a total of 51,148,235,000.
Sir, just
Go ahead.
the 6 billion, that's payable to who? For the relocation of the subsea cable. And what's the location are you relocating the one from Freedom Hoop to Kingston? And who's that contract being paid for?
Our Prime Minister.
That's to be advertised. That amount we'll have to advertise, go through the process to determine who will do it. So the money is just being allocated for that task.
Can you inform the House the location? And are you discontinuing the subsea cable Freedom Hoop Kingston?
We will lay over all the details pertaining to this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Prime Minister. The layover again. But once again, sir, gas ashore 2. You have made provisions, I know, for the consultancy in your current. Sir, is there no provision in this for any works for the gas ashore 2 capital works?
Our Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, gas to shore, the only thing that will be done as part of this budget is a consultancy for the evaluation of the RFP.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there is, of the names going through here, sir, what is the status of the Siemens contract for the operation and maintenance of this gas ashore 1, sir? And what, sir, is the OMM costs associated with the Siemens?
Our Prime Minister.
Yes, Siemens is the company, but All costs related to the contract is being negotiated now, so we're not in a position to tell you what it will cost. The negotiation process is in progress as I speak.
So the public information that Siemens has been awarded a contract was premature.
Honorable Prime Minister?
No. A contract is awarded, but the cost associated with that contract is still being negotiated.
Can the Prime Minister explain that? I mean, not to me, because I'm a simpleton. Can you explain that to the country, that you award a contract without a contract sum?
Well, let me explain that to you first. Siemens, yes, was selected. In order to award the contract, we have to arrive at figures. Selection has been done, the negotiation is ongoing, and at the end of the negotiation, the formalization, which entails the signing of a contract for X amount of money, for Y amount of services, will be done.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Sorry for rushing the answer earlier. I thought you would have understood where I was coming from, but I had to be technical there. Thank you.
Sir, I don't know how technical it is, but fortunately this is live streamed, so the rest of the country can assess how technical your response is. Mr. Chair, the distribution, sir, Siemens has been awarding for the O&M for the power plant. So the distribution, bottling, and all the other fancy procurement, sales, and all the other fancy auxiliaries claimed on this project. Can the Honorable Prime Minister say what is the status of that?
Honorable Prime Minister?
Mr. Chair, an advertisement is out for that aspect of the project.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Sir, so can we say, sir, obviously that all of this will be done before the 1st of November?
Mr. Chair, the simple answer is yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sir, can I ask now on the various subcontracts, the big ones, Lindsay K, 34 billion, sir. What is the current percentage? Sir, the Alaki, I think it is for 4.55 billion. So the transmission and distribution, what is the percentage completed as of the 3rd of December? Sir, the 1.8 billion, which is the number 2.
Honorable Prime Minister?
Sir, the SCADA operations, Power China, current percentage completed, sir, for the various components, starting with the 32 billion.
The information for LNCH4, engineering, 68.54%, procurement, 84.41%, logistics, 33.40%, construction, 20.15%, and overall, 62.46%. I will have to lay over the additional information that you're asking for.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You obviously... Never mind, sir. Can I now move on, Mr. Chair?
Honorable members, I now put a question to some...
No, can I move on, I said.
Well, we are power generation.
Yes, yes, right. So
for me, moving on is the next head.
No, sir. I'll move on to another question.
You have the floor, honorable member.
Sir, small hydros project. Sir, you have now a sum of 148 million, sir. Quite commendable. So that would cover what, sir?
Which head?
2610100.
Yes, we're on the same page. But you said 8 million?
Sir, 148.
Okay, good.
Well, I didn't use a 0.5.
You have the floor, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding, the honorable member wanted disaggregation of the 148,500,000. And if that is so, EPC contract for rehabilitation and upgrade of Mokomoko Hydropower plant to 0.7 megawatt and Kumu 1.5 megawatt hydropower plant in Region 9, 55,220,000, and there's a final payment for the operational acceptance of Kumu. Secondly, EPC contract for transmission lines, 90,682,000, and that will go for the completion, acceptance, and final installation works. 16.84 kilometer of 13.8 kV transmission line and communication infrastructure. PMU support staff, $596,000, and that will cover emoluments for clerk of works technicians, and there are 2 technicians there. PMU support logistics, $2 million. Cost for maintenance of 2 vehicles, and that will give us the total $148,500,000.
Thank you, PM. Honorable member, Ms. Hastings.
Thank you, Chair. Same line item, small hydros. Through you, Chair, Prime Minister, is there any of the small hydros or mini hydros geared for middle or upper Mazaruni for 2025?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The simple answer is no. It's not in the budget, so it cannot be there for 2025. What we'll have to do, and I would like to put my neck on the block and promise you that in the next 5 years development cycle that will start from 2026 to 2030, I will ensure that we have that discussion of hydro for Middle Mazaruni.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. I was just, thanks a bit. Sir, back to power generation, the gas, sure. The $74.2 million for arbitration services, sir. Can you say who that's been paid to? Can you also update the House on the status of the 2 arbitration claims reportedly? That's the first 2-part question.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The sum is for both the international and the local components who will be representing us on the arbitration. However, at this stage, I am unable to comment on the status of this arbitration.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you. You're unable to comment. Can you say if it's completed or not a thing just for wholeness, if any stage, not the money, first one, if it has been completed or not?
Mr. Chairman, I did mention, and perhaps I should repeat, that I am not in a position to comment on the status of the arbitration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sir, going back to the EPC contractor, you stated that the construction part is 20% completed.
Honorable Prime Minister.
So if that's correct, sir, can you state, sir, what is remaining in the to be completed, sir, of the 80%, so we can get a picture?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Foundation assembly to be completed. So there's some additional work from the foundation and the assembly of the plant to be completed. But the components are basically in the country already.
Thank you, PM.
Sir, so all this construction I asked for, not the entire project, the construction component. The 20% construction component, not the assembly, the plan, the physical construction.
I'm advised that the civil works and the foundation, those are the main construction components. And that's why we give you that figure. The rest is just a matter of assembling everything together.
Thank you, PM. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 23, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 24. And I propose the question that the sum stated for this program, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Sir, and the project code 12-19-100, National Data Management Authority, sir, you have a provision, you're seeking a allocation almost 10 billion, 9.924 billion. Can the Honorable Prime Minister indicate or disaggregate that sum for us?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Capital expenditure, 9.9 billion, caters for rollover projects as follows. Provision for expansion of Safe Country program, phase 3 and 4, 6.2 billion. E-gate and border control systems, 1.9 billion. Electronic identification, enrollment and issuance system, that is the electronic ID project, identification project, 1 billion for the 4 million. Safe road intelligent system, 382.9 million. And then we have an additional 4 billion, 0.4 billion, sorry, caters for other capital expenditure, such as land transport, 78.3 million, generators, 65 million, solar power, 45 million, internet infrastructure upgrade, 40 million, surveillance systems, 31 million, core routers, 20 million, software, furniture and equipment, 118.8 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, the e-gate system by NDIA, can the Honorable Minister, Prime Minister, state, sir, how many e-gates this 1.9 billion caters for, and who's the company from which you procure them from?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Who is the company? Where is it listed? Right. 12 e-gates is catered for under this project, 6 at arrivals and 6 at departures, and the company name is Novo Technology. Novo.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
On this same
Go ahead.
line item, same query of the e-gates, is the Honorable Prime Minister aware that there was a contract signed for 10 e-gates, signed and awarded for 10 e-gates for $3 million, sir?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Previously, sir, I think the contract was signed in 2019 for 10 e-gates for $3 million, sir, and we're 3 million US, 600 million Guyana dollars.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I can only answer for what is in this budget. I unfortunately don't have a historical memory of what transpired before.
Absolutely correct, Honorable Member.
Yes,
please.
absolutely correct. I just wanted to get that on the record so we can speak. Sir, the electronic ID program project, sir, it was supposed to be rolled out in 2022. Can the Honorable Prime Minister say at this late stage, why was it delayed? And what are the deliverables if they have changed from the 2 years delay?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I have a document before me, and I was briefed on this long before now. And March the 10th, 2023 is the date that this contract was signed, and everything is going according to contract, and we are scheduled to go live in 2025. We are now in 2025.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Sir, can I, sir, I'm quoting from an article, right? September 2024, sir. 4th of September 2020. Thank you, Annette. The cards before the end of the year, Stabrook News, sir. Obviously, and this, of course, I'm quoting from the Honorable Prime Minister himself. It's coming along. We move through all problems and on target to deliver the people of Guyana. Sir, in July of 2024, the Honorable Prime Minister, I don't know the document he's quoting from, I quoting what he told Starbucks News, that the first one would be delivered in November last year.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I think what the honorable member is trying to take us back to is when a reason was given for us going live in June 2025. The reason given then, refurbishing and retrofitting of building, requirement for additional power system. So this, as was mentioned then, and mentioned again now, is on target for June 2025.
Oh, so the Prime Minister is saying he was misquoted by the newspapers?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying June 2025 is the date for the completion of this project. Any project will have challenges, and you work with the contractor through these challenges.
Mr. Prime Minister.
So if we agree that the new date for the completion of project is June 2025, the new date is now June 2025.
Sir, I'm only responding to your initial response, Mr. Chair, which said that we're making up these dates.
Exactly.
When I'm quoting you, Prime Minister, I acknowledge every program, every project has delays. But you said that we're making up dates I don't know, somehow they ought to be transposed these dates into your head to make them up, and which you reported to the people of Guyana.
Mr. Chair, it's
Honorable
on
Prime
record that the people of Guyana was clearly reported to on this project. The people of Guyana in 2024 were given the reasons for delay, and they knew fully well that the new completion date for this project will fall in June 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, the 6.4 is it Safe City or Safe? The correct name. Sir, can the Honorable Prime Minister say once again when this project will be completed and delivered? For 6.4 billion, you have Safe Road and you have Safe City, I think. And sir, who is the company executing it at the moment?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair, you recall that when this project started, it was Safe City. It has since been expanded to Safe Country Project. And obviously there will be different delivery dates because we're talking about 10 administrative regions. The expansion that we are talking about to complete is Region 4 is projected to be completed by the end of 2025. And that's 320 IVS sites and supporting systems to complete Region 4 as projected by the end of 2025.
Thank you, sir. And
Thank
then
you, Prime
obviously
Minister.
I assume the rest of
Member Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the rest of the country will be done at subsequently later time. Is that what you're providing for here, sir?
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member, is correct. Safe country to safe country, safe city to safe country. And we will go little by little until we finish it.
Thank you, PM.
Yeah, roll out the questions.
Member Patterson, that's it. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 24, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's go to, since we are on page 486, let us take Program 25, Capital Expenditure. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 25, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. We're asking the Government Information and Communication Services staff to join PM. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, may I turn his attention to project code 4502900, National Communication Network. I noticed a request for $150 million for 2025, and the explanation given here is for provision for upgrading and expansion of network. So, to the honorable member, can you say where the upgrade will be done, whether it's NCN here in Georgetown or NCN in region number 10?
Honorable Prime Minister. Are you fixing up Region 10 where you're from?
The expansion will take place in Georgetown, in Linden, and in Essequibo.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you very
Honorable
much.
Member
Thank
Ferguson.
you, thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister, for your response. So, am I to assume that with this investment and a likelihood of an expansion in the network at NCN, that Guyanese within regions 2, 10, and some areas here in Georgetown would be able to have a wider viewership of the workings of the National Assembly between opposition and the government?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Chairman, to answer the honorable member, Guyanese are already enjoying improvements as a result from what we would have accomplished in 2024 and some of the previous years. And this is just a continuation of the development to ensure that the improvements and the wider population in the other regions that were mentioned can now also benefit from what you mentioned, the improved communication coverage by NCN. This is part of our development program. You know, development support communication is important for Guyanese to understand what their government is doing for them, not only in the community, but throughout the length and breadth of Guyana. So when they speak to the counterparts, be it Guyanese in the diaspora or wherever, they're more informed as to what is taking place in Guyana and what is taking place from August the 2nd, 2020 to now, and what is going to happen and continue to take place in Guyana for the remainder of 2025 and in the possible future.
Mr. Chairman, on the same line item.
Mr. Fagir.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Honorable Prime Minister, the NCN Linden branch, the equipment being utilized for the services being provided to the community by NCN was equipment procured for LBN. And you have said, yes, LBN. The cameras, the monitors, every aspect of the entire makeup of the Linden arm of NCN, those equipment that is being utilized is that of LBN. So the upgrade that you're doing, would that facilitate the purchasing of NCN's own equipment so that the present equipment being utilized, which is of LBN, can be returned to LBN?
Rightful owner.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Pardon? What premise?
Well, yes, my understanding is that this purchase here is a set of components to ensure that there's a relay system, and that will result in an improvement in the coverage in Linden. As it pertains to LBN,
are you aware, sir?
One operation.
You don't know nothing. Nothing you don't know.
My understanding is that everything in Linden, including what you were mentioning, LBN, has been incorporated under one umbrella, NCN. And as we speak, they're operating two channels. So the issue as to LBN does not obtain.
Does that what, sir?
It's now NCN. Everything has been incorporated, and the people today are having two channels instead of one channel.
They always had two channels. And it's
But
because
two operational channels. There were times when one of the channels would have had issues, but now all two are fully operational. I am aware of what is happening in Linden.
Talking 1960 story, them.
And we're committing ourselves to, from time to time, keep modernizing and ensure that what is provided, the service provided to the people, benefit from the improvements that is taking place on the coastline.
Follow-up
In
comment.
January 2021, NCN technical team installed a new master control operating software. And sometimes it's good to go back in history and let you understand and appreciate what we have done for you over the last 4 years. In January 2021, NCN technical team installed a new master control operating software, allowing the station to function independently. Since then, NCN has made major investments in the branch, including installation of a new 60 kVA generator, an ATS system, repairs and refurbishment of the broadcasting tower and antenna system, procurement of essential equipment, including clerical and production-related computers, wireless microphones, large format UPS battery replacements, and, very important, recruitment of several staff members to enhance operations. These efforts reflect NCN's commitment to strengthen the Linden branch, ensuring reliable broadcasting and improve efficiency.
Follow up, Mr.
We're working
Chairman.
for you.
Thank you for the history lesson, Honorable Prime Minister. But my question remains the same. The equipment that was purchased for NCN, Cabinet approved finances for the purchase of those equipment for LBN. Are you saying to me, Honorable Prime Minister, that all of the equipment and the purchases that were done is now under the purview of NCN? And if so, sir, what legal instrument gave you that prerogative to take up all of the equipment that was purchased for NCN?
The simple answer to the first part of the question is yes. Everything is now under NCN, one umbrella. The second part, what is important to the people? The station that you know as LBN continues to operate and provide better service due to the infusion of capital to ensure that the service is improving in Linden. So everything is under NCN, but everything is on a better footing in terms of the delivery of the service to the people of Linden.
And you have the legal remit to occupy all of the equipment that was under the purview of LBN.
LCN is a legal entity.
So is LBN. So is LBN, sir.
And they're working hand in glove. So the issue of illegality does not obtain. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Honorable, I was just going to bring the honorable member's attention to the line item we're dealing with, and we're dealing with the purchase of equipment. You've been very gracious, Prime Minister, to answer questions outside of this remit at this time. Honorable members, I now put a question.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable members, I have first the honorable member, Ms. Beverly Alert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Prime Minister. If I may turn his attention to volume 2, indicators 5 and 6. Your state radio and state television reaches 10 regions, but your indicator 1 and 2 say that you're going to put down 2 new radio stations and 2 new television relay stations. So can you rationalize that for us? What new areas you're going to be reaching that you don't reach? Well, what's happening here?
Honorable Prime Minister, rationalize that, please.
You're correct. But what we're doing basically is new relay system to further enhance what is already being delivered to the people. For example, Region 10, the relay station will serve the Linden community and its environs with an approximated range of 17-mile coverage area. And this relay system can be integrated with a radio studio to include local programming.
The relay station will broadcast the content directly from Voice of Guyana and will receive the content via satellite. So what we're doing is improving the existing system for wider coverage.
Through you, Mr.
For wider
Chief.
coverage, you know, there's several satellite communities to Linden, and once you have the relay system in place, you could reach those communities.
Okay,
Thank you, PM.
Through you,
MP
Mr.
Alert.
Chair. So, what is the present geographic coverage of NCN radio, NCN television, and with these new television station, relay stations, and the radio station, what now would be your expanded geographic coverage? Would that cover like 90% again or 100%? What would be the geographic coverage?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to repeat that we already have presence in all 10 regions. With these relay systems, what we're doing is increasing or expanding the coverage within the existing regions. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Because you may have a station here, but it only have a range. So when you put a repeat station nearby, it expands the range. So more people will have coverage. So by saying that, you may have stations in each of the, a station in each of the administrative region, but then you could go back now and put in the relay stations to expand the coverage within that region. And I already said earlier that, yes, you may have a station that is covering Linden, but what happened to the people, the satellite villages or communities outside of Linden? When you put in the relay stations now, you could reach those communities. So you already had coverage in Region 10, Linden, but you're improving or expanding your coverage within Region 10 by putting in additional relay stations.
Honorable members, just to bring to your attention, I can take one other question. We have exhausted the 90 minutes allocated for the Prime Minister agency, and in addition to that, the 34 minutes of savings. We're supposed to stop this head at 7:09. It's 7:08. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, my question is premised on last Thursday's sitting in which the Prime Minister was addressing the House. And we note that the National Communications Network was not carrying you live at the time. So my question, sir, what percentage of timing is made available to the opposition via Parliament? The parliamentary opposition, what percentage of time is available on NCN or made available to them? What percentage of coverage for the parliamentary opposition is available via NCN? Sorry, PM. And as well,
100% was carried, but none was carried live. So it obviously was a delayed broadcast, okay, for the entire debate. All the presentation, it wasn't only for Thursday. And I think I know where you're getting at. It wasn't only for Thursday. So those Facebook posts are inaccurate. All the presentations were not carried live, they were delayed.
No, but that's the question, Comrade Chairman. It's premised on that, the fact that the Prime Minister of Guyana is addressing the National Assembly and the National Communications Network is not carrying you live, but rather we're seeing the Vice President.
There was a decision made to carry all the presentations from all the honorable members of the House in a delayed manner. And personally, as Prime Minister, I will take offense if you try to treat me special, more special than the honorable members of the House here.
All right. So, and
Honorable Prime Minister,
could the schedule be made available?
Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Prime Minister, I don't want to treat anybody with more preference. So let me stick to the time as agreed, and I now put
line item G.
Question 710. It's 710. I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 25, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I put a question that the sum stated for Program 25, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable Prime Minister, we thank you and all your staff from all of the different agencies.
Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the honorable members on the other side of the House for all the questions that they raised and the fact that I was able to deal with all those questions to the satisfaction of the honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, to you and staff. Honorable members, we have 2 agencies remaining. If we could take a 45 minutes break, we can get an earlier closure today. Let the assembly resume. And we will return at 7:55.
One blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karais, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, bedtime on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.